very few of his colleagues would be comfortable coming to such a meeting because they do not know the repercussion that will befall them. But in our view, we have gone back to check where did the rains start beating us. And we went as far back as the 70s. And we came across a report that was written or chaired by Duncan Degwa, who is a former head of public service. And what we are calling the Degwa report it was a commission of inquiry report. And this particular report is what brought us to where we are today in our view. Because the report, one of its findings was that we did not have educated people outside the public service who could run our private sector. Therefore, this particular report recommended that the civil servants of the time should be allowed to involve themselves in commercial transactions or commercial businesses. And what happened, if you look at our history now from 1971 coming this way, the elites that were in the public service ended up now controlling our financial systems in our country. If you look at our banking sector, if you look at our insurance sector, if you look carefully, you will see names of people who are senior in government from the 70s. They are the ones who are running our banks. They are the ones who are running our insurance sector. And this has a bearing on debt. Because we saw here earlier 6.32 trillion of our debt stock out of our 11.8 trillion is domestic debt. When you look at who owns this debt, you will find that 48% of that 6.32 are banks. Then another 30% or thereabout is owned by insurance and pension funds. So you cannot now come and change the way we are designing our domestic borrowing without affecting the profits and the balance sheets of some of these people that were allowed to get into the commercial sector by the Degwa report of 1971. That is where our problem started. And if you look at now the history of the conflict of interest, started this year until now where we are today, where we had to get the help of the World Bank and others to push our parliament to pass the conflict of interest bill, which in our view was watered down at some point. It is not as strong as we would have wanted. And all those problems stem from the Degwa report of 1971, and we have discussed that in good detail. Now, looking at the rise of corruption in our country, I think I had alluded to the fact that in 2014, we had a PFM Act amendment that provided that now, before 2014, the PFM Act provided that any borrowing should hit the consolidated fund account before it goes elsewhere. But when it came to the Eurobond of 2014, an amendment was passed through Parliament very fast that amended that particular provision. This allowed us to pick Eurobond, and these monies, I think the first hit a bank in New York before the money came back this way. And all of you will recall the issues that we got with the Eurobond, because right now we cannot put our fingers onto what the 2014 Eurobond did. And even the successive Eurobonds, we have challenges pinpointing which specific project did that particular Eurobond actually support. So in our view, this is a particular registration that led to what we are calling fake contracts, fake debt contracts in our view, because any debt contract should clearly indicate where this money is going and how it is going to be spent, how it is going to be audited. And indeed, the Auditor General report confirms that from the time we had that amendment in 2014, we have had sustained illegal and unconstitutional borrowing practices, especially from the commercial lenders. This has given us challenges because we cannot pinpoint where this money went. And now, I think this week, we have just heard what has happened with the buyback. Because now it seems like now we are on a journey to kick the bucket down the road. When the payments come due, like what we saw happen in January of 2024, we go into the market and buy back at higher interest rates. I think like the 2014 Eurobond, we had taken it at a coupon of 6.875%, but we bought it back at an interest rate of 10.8 something percent, meaning the Kenyan taxpayer will pay more for the Eurobond of 2014, and we have done the same with the Eurobond that was to mature in 2028. By the way, from 2028, 2031, all the way to 2034, we have various Eurobonds that are maturing and will have very big tickets. By the way, by the time we come to 2028, it will be like 2024 all over again. And our members of parliament, you need to help us to curb some of these challenges the way we are looking at them. Now, all these problems stem from budget credibility. And as Okoa Uchumi, we have been of the view that what we have is not an expenditure problem. It's not a revenue problem, sorry, but an expenditure one, where we are coming up with unrealistic revenue projections at the beginning of our budget cycle. And if you look at the submissions we made to Parliament on the budget policy statement this year, we tried to do a computation of where our actual nominal GDP is, and this is a question many of us have been asking. What is our actual nominal GDP? Because we found that our government picks the number they want to use on our nominal GDP depending on its use. If you're using it to give us the macroeconomic environment, you pick a lower nominal GDP. If you're using it to compute our fiscal deficit, you pick a higher nominal GDP because it is a denominator. So if it's higher, it means your fiscal deficit looks small, while in actual sense, it is actually very big. Then we have this animal, and Honorable Caleb did mention about this. The misuse of Article 223 of our Constitution. The drafters of our Constitution foresaw a situation where you could find yourself in a situation where an emergency has arisen and you need to spend money that has not been appropriated. And therefore, they inserted a provision at Article 223 of the Constitution where the Cabinet Secretary could approve expenditures awaiting parliamentary approval. But what we are seeing now is a misuse of this particular article, where the Cabinet Secretary for the Treasury can approve monies for anything right now, whether it is an emergency or otherwise. So what we have also seen, we have instances where this article has been used to approve expenditures that have ended up not being approved by Parliament. We have a case of, I think, 4 billion shillings that was to do with some subsidy on maize as we approach the elections of 2022, and I think a buyback of Telcom of about 6 billion. These two transactions amounting to around 10.2 billion were not approved by Parliament. And right now, there still remain audit queries in those state departments. But our challenge is, this particular article is a one-way street, where when the Cabinet Secretary approves those expenditures, Parliament has no choice. It's like their hands are tied. They cannot do anything. But the challenge we have with this, and the Auditor General did conduct a special audit on the use of Article 223, and this was commissioned, by the way, by Parliament. And the Auditor General provided recommendations on what is supposed to be done with Article 223. One of the recommendations is that we should have a guideline or some regulations that indicate at what point do you approve expenditures under Article 223. Because right now, those ones don't exist. That was the findings of the Auditor General. But up to now, we have not seen the executive willing. County governments are learning from the national government, and supplementary budgets have become one of the tools that county governments are now using to balance off their overly optimistic revenues at the beginning of the budget cycle. The challenge we have with Article 223 and supplementary budgets at large, we spent about 10 months of our budget cycle preparing the budget. There's a lot of consultations, a lot of public participation within the 10 months. But when it comes to supplementary budgets, they are prepared in a hurry by our treasuries, either the county or the national treasury, and we are not consulted as Kenyans at all, meaning the government can just revise everything that we did public participation on and do what they want. Worse off is Article 223, where the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury has a free check of 10% of our budget that he can reallocate at will, and there are no checks and balances for that, which is something that needs to change, and I think this has been raised by IMF and other bodies as well. Now, the whole animal of public debt. Recall the story I've given you of what happened in 1971. Now, we have a situation where we are now borrowing to fund balance sheets of some people. And some of these people are also associated, or they are politically exposed. And what we have seen over time, every new regime that comes in, they have to find a way of either being connected with a certain banking institution, or even some of our leaders owning certain banks. This helps them in terms of driving the whole issue of domestic borrowing. So we will not have a sober domestic borrowing plan until we make sure that the politically exposed persons are not running our financial sector. Those are the challenges that we are having when it comes to public debt. But right now, the other challenge we have, our debt repayment has overtaken every other social spending because it is a fast charge within our government. And from where we sit, we are seeing this is taking more people into poverty as we enrich a few elite in our society. If you go back to 2013, between 2013 and now, we have revised our debt ceilings several times. The first PFM Act provided for a debt anchor of 55% of our GDP, which is a global good practice. But when we got too close, or I would actually say we went beyond the 55% of our GDP, we thought, let us be wise enough, let's go to Parliament and ask them to give us a nominal ceiling. So they gave us an absolute ceiling, which we actually approached, and I would say probably we passed it. So we went back and told them, bring it from 8 trillion, take it to 10 trillion, hoping that that would help us manage our debt. But then again, we approached the 10 trillion. Now, as I said, we are now at 11.8 trillion. So we thought, let us go back to a debt anchor. And right now, we are operating within a debt anchor of that 55% of GDP. But our current debt stock right now is at 68.3% of our GDP. Meaning, we are already operating illegally as a country, because we cannot have a PFM Act that tells us that we should operate within 55% of our GDP, and every other year, our parliament is approving budgets, as Dennis had said, with a deficit that is a trillion plus. That is where this game of playing with the nominal GDP comes about, because we want to show that we are not doing very badly, but we are doing very, very badly, and that is a situation that will take us nowhere. But we believe that we can still change some of these things, but we have to look at the whole issue of who owns our debt and the whole issue of beneficial ownership. We need to know exactly who owns our debt in these banks, who are the shareholders, because the web that we have found out, we have seen that you have banks that have shareholding in insurance companies, and the reverse. We have insurance companies that have shareholding in banks. So all these guys are together, and they are the ones that are ripping us off. Our taxes, we pay our taxes not to pay back for development that we got, but we pay taxes for money to go back and enrich a few in our financial system. There is the whole issue of pending bills. Pending bills have now become a crisis, both in the national and county government. And in our view, these are not used for just temporary cash flow issues, but now they have become a structural problem. Especially in our counties, you'll find that after the lapse of a regime, the next regime that comes, they are not willing to repay the debts that were acquired before. And we are seeing this as a deep-seated problem within our procurement planning, our commitment control, and our cash flow forecasting, where, as I said earlier, when we have budgets that are not credible, it means that we will force our ministries, departments, and agencies to acquire services and goods against money they will never get. That is going to create the problems that we are having. And though the National Treasury has tried to advise through Treasury circulars that pending bills should be a fast charge, we are seeing an outright flouting of these regulations. And we hope that Parliament can pick these up and also try to help MDAs to enforce this. What is even more worrying is the fact that these pending bills are not accounted for as official public debt. The 11.81 trillion that I've mentioned, that is our debt stock, we have a whole 700 plus billion as pending bills in our national government alone. In county governments, it could be another 300 or so billion that is not accounted for as debt stock, which is now killing our MSMEs, because you have people who have supplied services and goods, but they are not being paid. That is no wonder we are seeing our people getting out of jobs. I'll briefly look at some national government funds that are there. Some of them have been dormant. They are holding monies, but you're not seeing what they are doing. And I recall sometimes back, Parliament had actually instructed the ministries, department, and agencies to stop coming up with funds in the bills they are proposing. But we are seeing more and more funds being created, and these are conduits for corruption. For instance, we have what we call the government clearing agency, dark corruption in it, because we do not know what they are doing. Briefly, I want to touch on tax analysis. Our tax system is now being used to enrich a few. We have a situation where our tax system is used to squeeze the last coin out of the ordinary Kenyan who has no choice. But when we have the bigger guys, when they're doing mergers and things of that nature, we see tax waivers happening. And we have seen a situation where our tax expenditure has even been higher than the monies we are taking to the county government. And of course, we have the new levies that are coming in, the affordable housing levy. We have the issues of SHA and so on that are still pushing us down the line. What is more shocking and what I want to highlight here is the fact that some of these funds that are collected through taxation, we are seeing them again being utilized to buy treasury bonds. For instance, the 46 billion that was from the affordable housing levy that has been used to buy treasury bills. We wonder, why take money from us and then go ahead and lend the same money back to us? That is armed robbery, in my view. And we should check that, Mheshimiwa. Now, state-owned enterprises. Sessional paper number 10 of 1965. Again, it brought about the issue of domesticating some of the enterprises that we had. And due to the fact that our private sector was not as developed, government came up with an idea of getting involved in commercial enterprises. And then we had the issues of government having companies in logistics, in financial sector, and in hospitality. But right now, our SOEs are being used as conduits of grand corruption. If you look at the heavy scandals that we have in our country, they will be in our SOEs. You have your KEMSA, you have your Arol Kimwarera, the Kerio Valley Development Authority, and others. Even the fertilizer scandal at the NCPB and others. The major challenge we have with our state-owned enterprises, they are used for political patronage, where every other new government that comes in, the first thing they do, they change the boards of management of all our parastatals. This is used to bring in chairpersons who are aligned to the government or who could even be political failures. These entities that are supposed to give us dividends end up being conduits of corruption. We have a small problem with our payroll-related weaknesses, and here we have seen the SRC actually tell us that our public servants have over 247 allowances that for some of us, we have never even experienced some of these things. And SRC has even proposed a reduction of these allowances. There are allowances called the sitting allowance. Mheshimiwa could be familiar with this. We have others called the responsibility allowances. All of us have responsibilities, but we don't get a responsibility allowance, acting allowance, and so on. There are so many allowances, and some of them are paid, not on the payroll. So we have our wage bill at around 48% of our revenue, while the PFM Act provides that our wage bill should not be more than 35%. These are issues that need to be checked. Procurement, a heavy area where we have corruption, and now what we are seeing is the introduction of the e-procurement system that is facing challenges. And in our view, this was supposed to save us around 85 to 90 billion shillings. But the resistance we are seeing coming from this keeps us worried. And I know the World Bank has been trying to push our government to adopt the e-procurement. And we can see the challenges that we are having in procurement, and we can mention many, many examples, and we've provided some examples like what we had at the Kenya Power and many others that are provided for in the report. Executive impunity, this is where now we have the issues of privatization, where now we have the executive has more power to do some of these things, and Parliament has become it's like they are tied. They can't do much. The executive is influencing almost everything, and we've seen even coming up with some multi-agency task forces that the courts have pronounced themselves on this particular area. We have now the big issue of anti-money laundering and illicit financial flows. Even though we have tried to amend our laws to align with the FATF requirements, we are still grey-listed as a country where illicit financial flows flow through our country. And we're also seeing we have some enablers in this particular area. We have some law firms, some real estate companies that are helping illicit financial flows come through our country through those particular sectors. That is why right now we are actually in the grey list, and the EU has already pronounced itself on the fact that yes, we have a good law, but the way it is being implemented is still a challenge. Finally, we have central bank governance. This one we have called it a revolving door, where we have people working either in the IMF or other places. They find their way into the treasury and then eventually to the central bank. Or they come from the executive and back to the central bank. This is like a revolving door where people who work, especially in positions of power in the central bank, you will find their history either in IMF or in the treasury and the reverse. And we are wondering why that is the case. Why is it that somebody who comes from the executive and is appointed by the president, some of them have scandals behind them, but they are working in central bank? Then that is why we are having some of the challenges that we are having, and we might even conclude they are there for a particular purpose. Financial market regulations. Here we have seen the situations where some of our leading companies are being used by those in power to control some of our sectors. The steel industry is one case, the clinker issue, where we have a particular company that is controlling the entire clinker that is coming into our country, therefore controlling the entire cement industry in our country. Those are the challenges that we are having, and we've also seen the challenges that we are having with some of our banks that have even led to firing of huge numbers of people. Having said that, I want to stop at this point and welcome my colleague, Diana Gishinga, to take us through some of the recommendations that we are making.
Makofi kwa Diana kabisa. And makofi to my good friend Alex. Clearly there's a lot to be said and clearly there's a lot to be shared, but Diana, just briefly.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Alex, for taking us through that. Allow me to borrow the protocols by Janet and say, good morning, taxpayers. Good morning, walipa ushuru. Honorable Karoli, I hope tuko pamoja kama walipa ushuru. It's the protocol of Okoa Uchumi because it's what rallies us together. The tax we pay, which is our social contract, and the thing that ought to remind us. All those guzzlers, when was the mafia scandal? 2018? 2016. I don't drive big cars. I have only managed to afford small cars. And I was driving a very small car on Ngong Road. And it was during the mafia scandal. And the government guzzlers came. Na Subaru ikakuja, 2 Land Cruisers na gari ingine nyuma wakaniskuma. Nikakataa kusonga. Gari yangu ilikuwa mzuri ni chuma tu. Kadogo sana, very small car. And they knocked on my window, and I honorably rolled down my window. And they were like, Madam, toka tuko na haraka. I think my response shocked them because all I had in my mind was the mafia scandal. And I told them, yani siku hizi wezi wanatuskuma kwa barabara. Aki wezi wanatuskuma kwa barabara badala ya tuwachome. By the way, they just stopped and they went back. They had no answer. What do you mean? No, they asked me one question. What do you mean wezi? Si nyinyi serikali ndio mkona scandals. Wezi. They went back in line. That was 2016. And I only say this to tell the story of Okoa Uchumi. Okoa Uchumi, we've not started today. It is a story that began mainly, and when we are running the program, all the people you see, they have played a part in Okoa Uchumi. In 2019, when we realized that we were on a precarious path of a debt trap and economic wastage. That wastage has gotten us here today. And before I go to the recommendation, I just want to state that over the years, Okoa Uchumi has engaged both the executive, parliament, and even the judiciary. Members of Okoa Uchumi are in court over very many things around the economy, from CDF to division of revenue, to the sale of KICC, to construction of State House. All those and many more, we are in court every day. We also engage Parliament to stop a number of things. Interestingly, we are not afraid of politics. As such, Okoa Uchumi did engage the President, Ruto. Caleb has said he's not gone to State House. I have not either. And I am sure I have no plans to, and I would not be invited. But we did engage the presidential candidates in 2022. If anything, we take pride that Kenya Kwanza listened to us and made very serious commitments around what they would do with the economy. When we hit them hard, we only hit them because we informed them adequately. We have walked a journey with the World Bank and with the IMF. And just to state that currently, as a result of everybody, including our youth, realizing that there are no jobs because our money is being stolen, there are no services because our money is being stolen, this realization has gone all the way to the global front, and this year we are writing this particular report at a time when international institutions, including the IMF and the World Bank, are conducting their own reviews and diagnostics of the Kenyan government. However, we note the World Bank review and the IMF diagnostic can never tell the Kenyan story, can never fix the Kenyan problem. Sawa sawa. Haya, nikisema Okoa Uchumi mnasema nini? Wapi receipts? Okoa Uchumi? Okoa Uchumi? Why? Because the problem with our economy is purely an expenditure problem. So please let us ask for those receipts. So this particular report, we write it as a way of patriotic resistance. What? Patriotic resistance. It is an act of resistance that nobody can write our story. That if Parliament, and Honorable Karoli, you will take this message, when Parliament decides to betray the Kenyan people, we have no choice. We have no choice than to take back the power we have in Article 1 and Article 3 to defend the Constitution. And therefore the people's audit is an act to defend the Constitution as clearly written in Article 3 of the Constitution. Now, the problem is when you purport to take such a big mandate, and I understand why Parliament struggles with public participation, is that this report is far from over. Because we tried so much to tell the Kenyan story, up to yesterday we were still getting input into the report. So this is what we are calling the interim finding, and we hope it will inform the ongoing process with the IMF, with the World Bank, but ultimately with our institution. I want to take us to the recommendations that we are proposing to take forward. If you note, I am seated in a very good table with my friend Dr. Geshana from the Katiba Institute, and he told me when I said I'm seated with independent offices of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget. That is the table I am seated at, very, very deliberately. But I am seated there because Constitution. So the recommendations we make are in that particular regard. I begin off with the CDF, where we are calling for a respect of separation of powers. And people may wonder, Alex did hint why we are recommending that NGCDF be wound up and all legislative funds. CDF started off as a good thing that was about devolving resources to the people. But CDF is a big problem to public finance management because every year CDF is allocated 2.5 of the budget. It must increase every year. Yet the only people who can ensure that we have no fiscal deficit are our members of Parliament. Do they have an incentive to reduce the budget? Do they have an incentive to reduce the budget? I know this is unpopular, but Kenyans, we must wind up CDF. As we wind up CDF, we must also take a step to allow our members of Parliament not to be the mediums of development, not to be the people who give us charity. Let us go to members of Parliament offices to tell them we do not have capitation for schools. We do not have roads. Let us not go to members of Parliament to bury our dead, to help us with maternity bill. And that way we can wind up CDF. Nipeni makofi ndio niendele. We are seeking that we do conduct a forensic and performance debt audit. At the height of the Gen Z, there was an attempt by the president to constitute a task force to audit our debt. Our own Dr. Rugo had been taken there as a joint secretary. He never accepted the offer. He's up to the task, but all audits must remain firmly in the office of the Auditor General. Okay? So we want, that is one of the suggestions that we are making. We are also proposing that we need to create a mechanism for Parliament to, throughout and at all instances, be able to directly. Unajua, we are told that Parliament approves debt when they approve a deficit. Okay? So, whenever you see the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury read a budget and say, we have a small deficit, okay, of 700 billion. And it is a small one because we have already resourced the rest. That is what is used to say we have approved borrowing for that particular deficit. But it is problematic because we never really know how they will go and borrow. What has happened with this government, and Dennis told us this in the morning, they ensure that they borrow by all means. They borrow by all means. Are you in SACCOs? Muko kwa SACCO wa Kenya? So you even shop for the SACCO with the lowest interest. Our government takes even the most expensive credit. We have borrowed at 17, 18%. Our average 15, now it has gone down. Most countries globally do not borrow at more than 4% interest. So by the time we are at 16, we are 4 times, 400% higher than other nations that we want to borrow from. And because in our system of government, Parliament is the main oversight institution, they are the ones who hold the budget. If anything, we hold that the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury has no business taking a budget to Parliament because the budget belongs to Parliament. In that sense, we are proposing that Parliament be able to make quarterly debt review and approval because we are in a very, very tight spot. And borrowing from our friends in Sri Lanka, we are suggesting that we speak to our private sector, the bond underwriters, and we create something called a governance-linked bond. This is a bond where our banks float money, government security at a lower interest, where the government commits to transparency and accountability. We do not wait for the IMF and the World Bank to come and sanction us. That's part of the recommendation. We move on to other recommendations that we are looking at. This one I have already alluded to. It is the fact that if we respect entirely the controller of budget, the Auditor General to do their work, we will be able to deliver the needed fiscal discipline that we require in this country. We are saying, please completely do away with supplementary budgets. Why? At the beginning of every year, we start with a deficit. After supplementary budget, that deficit grows by at least 20%. Unajua deficit ni nini? Unajua, I just want to make sure the people of Kenya are understanding. We don't use very tough terms. Uzuri, I am not an economist. Deficit means the whole of money we do not have. Shimo ya pesa yenye hatuna. Munaelewa? Ni kama kiraka. Every year we start with a patch. every supplementary budget increases our patch, because it introduces expenditure. One, we did not approve. Two, for money we do not have. And that strictly, our parliament is diligent enough. Like today, our members of parliament have told me that most of them are not able to be here because they have parliamentary committee. I think every quarter they can sit as they approve the debt. We should do away with supplementary budget. Now, and the church is well represented here by the chair of NCCK. We did launch, well, it was launched. We enacted the conflict of interest legislation. Paka tukayombea. It is one piece of legislation that will be remembered because we even prayed over it. However, we know that the Conflict of Interest Act as enacted is far from what we need to resolve the historical problem from the Degwa paper to date. We need a conflict of interest where all persons of PEPs, politically exposed persons, are properly declared and their proxies. If anything, nowadays I like to argue that not a single sector in Kenya is operated by free market forces. Name one. We used to say boda boda and matatu. Not anymore. Mama mboga. Maybe Mama mboga is operated by free market forces. But is it? Is allocation of market stalls. Mama mbogas are here. I know they are here. Is allocation of market stalls free market forces? Not a single sector. That tells you what we must do around conflict of interest. Now, public participation is part of our national values. It is there in the devolution chapter. It is there on the chapter on our legislature and public finance. But today, Honorable Karoli, and you are with the Attorney General, we do not have a public participation law. So every time we move to court, that is the other place you will find Okoa Uchumi members. We will defend public participation, meaningful public participation where our views are considered, where the views are incorporated and feedback is given and follow-ups and budgets are given. So that's one of the recommendations that we have. We want to target lawyers in the house. Lawyers in the house. Lawyers are part of the reason we have public debt. Accountants. Si hao peke yao, accountants as well. Surveyors. Engineers. I think nearly every profession is very, very much responsible, one, for public debt, but they also have a regulatory role in our fight against money laundering. So we want, one, that all professional bodies that are mandated to work on money laundering be skilled and equipped, and that law enforcement officials work with them to ensure that we curb money laundering. It reads that the government must pursue aggressive debt, not debt repayment. It is debt payment renegotiations. You are aware that we have negotiated for most of our euro bonds. They will be paid in the future. Gen Z Muko, comrades in the future, you're here. So we cannot pay the debt we owe right now. We are not able to pay. So tumejitetea ndio tuachie mulipe. Malipo inaanza 2029 moving forward. Okay? We have not only negotiated our Eurobonds, we are currently renegotiating our China loans. So, between now and 2029, we may get some breathing space. But is that breathing space for more money to be thrown around by politicians or for us to prepare? This is a recommendation for the youth. As you hear that we are renegotiating, unless you people ensure that space that we create once we renegotiate is used properly, the tax increment you will face from 2032, 2024 will be child play. 2024 will be child play. So we are saying, yes, we must renegotiate our debt. And we are also saying, through the Office of the Auditor General, we need to be told the debt that we should not pay. We must be told the debt that we must not pay. Any debt that has no receipts, should we pay? Kama haina receipt, we are not paying.
Wapi receipts?
Secondly, any debt that was procured outside our legal framework, you cut corners on your own, we are not going to pay as well. But in the meantime, we will need to negotiate. We are supposed to roll out something called zero-based budgeting. And we are saying, yes, we welcome zero-based budgeting. Those who've worked with Treasury, like Alex, know that budget huwa inachangiwa tu. Unaongeza inflation, it doesn't matter. The vote heads that existed maybe in 1963 still exist to date. The government has committed that we will be given a blank Excel sheet so that for the first time we define what our budget priorities are. That is a welcome thing. And I urge all of us, when that moment comes, we take over the budgeting process and ensure that we begin with national interest and then debt repayment and other things, and ensure that we curb the culture of wastage. Maybe this is our strongest opportunity to do away with. You've had there how many allowances? 247. Zimebakisha tu kidogo zifikie 290 constituencies. The number of allowances. Maybe we need to have more disallowances. I think the full disclosure on public debt, all aspects of public reporting on public debt ought to be provided. Na tusipewe two figures. You know, right now there is data on the Treasury website on debt, but it does not tell you the terms and conditions. I wish to also let you know that the Cabinet Secretary for Treasuries, I don't know whether that is why he did not come, is in contempt. Is in contempt. And I'm hoping as we work on the communique, one of the things we will do is when we serve him with contempt papers for not honoring a court decision made in December last year requiring that all our debt, how it was acquired, how it was utilized, how it will be repaid, must be known to we the sovereign tax payers. So wana ushuru tafadhali, tuko kazi. I am close to the end. This one I don't understand very much, and I know Sheila will help me, but it is around illicit financial flows, political capture, and ensuring that beneficial ownership register is made public or adequately facilitated so that we do not use confidentiality and secrecy to be the conduit for criminals to continue stealing from us. Now, there's something called the public-private partnership. Most Kenyans interacted with it when we had the Adani deal. But there was a law that was passed very, very recently in 2023, the Public-Private Partnership Act. I want us to remember that we do have a treasury, but under the current constitution, kibeti ya Kenya is with Parliament. Okay? The carrier of the public purse is Parliament. Therefore, if you are to commit the public purse, Parliament must be involved. Unfortunately, the Public-Private Partnership Act took away the power we have given to Parliament and ensured that it only rested in the executive. That becomes very, very problematic because based on where we are, part of how we get to a path of economic recovery is public-private partnership. So we are calling for the reform of that particular law so that there is improved transparency and accountability. Finally, I come to state-owned enterprises. And right now, Parliament has just approved the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Corporation. For those who study the markets, the capital markets, I am told this will be a blue chip company once it goes to the market. So kama uko na pesa, hauko kama Wakenya wengine wako Fuliza, this would be a company to invest in. I will not ask why it did not manage to be as profitable. It was not an entirely a loss-making institution. It wasn't. But people are saying it will become a proper blue chip company in the long run. Who are these? Is there a likelihood that somebody ran down Kenya Pipeline Corporation with a few things that happened recently, ndio yuzwe wanunue wakuwe wadosi, wakuja watupea 200 ya campaign? How do we safeguard against that? It is ensuring that we enact the Privatization Act bill that is currently in Parliament to ensure that there are certain safeguards even as we privatize our currently state-owned enterprises. And finally, on procurement and other economic crimes, I think it is time they should no longer be negotiable. All procurement and economic crimes, both in the Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets Act and the Economic and Anti-Corruption Crimes Act, we shouldn't negotiate. At all levels, people need to be arrested, and anybody who holds political authority over an organ that is wasting or where there are acts of corruption needs to resign so that we finally breathe life to Chapter 6 of our Constitution. Let me jump to this is on SRC. I think it goes without saying that they have said we need to abolish so far 6 allowances. So tutabaki na 240. Sindio? Are we okay with the 240? So there ought to be a comprehensive review of all allowances currently payable to our public service officials, so that we ensure that we are getting the due service delivery and responding to the fact that we have a very tight fiscal space. I think it is time we must freeze completely creation of new state departments. Completely. And I know the World Bank is here. As you bring us the projects to skill our youth and so on, I hope they will remain anchored in the existing institution. Kama ujui state-owned enterprises, this is what has happened recently. After the broad-based government, how many were created? For the first time, the Office of the Attorney General has a Solicitor General and a Principal Secretary. Wapi receipt? Wapi order? You understand? When you increase a state department or create a government office, which is something we need to think about. Usually, if you're the head of a government, I think they occupy a floor. So you must be given a floor to occupy. You must be given people to supervise so that you feel like you merit to hold the office that you hold. So I think one of the things that we must take very strongly to Parliament and to the executive is that particular freeze, and then stop treating the Salary and Remuneration Commission work as advisory. It is not advisory. As part of separation of power and what we will for ourselves in the Constitution, they ought to guide the remuneration and benefit structure moving forward. Let me go to the second last slide. There are lots of recommendations and so on. This is around pending bills, where we are calling for all pending bills to continuously be reviewed and fully paid up. And we are saying start with the lowest volumes. Start with people with the lowest volumes. This is such a major problem because most of the Kenyans, they tried to trade with government, they took loans under and as a result, we are crippling our economy. When we say we have not defaulted on our debt, we have defaulted because the suppliers who are owed pending bills. Hiyo si deni. Ama deni ni when ni shirika kubwa, when ni jina ya Mkenya ama kampuni ya Mkenya. So we are already in default, and we are also calling for the amendment to the PFMA Act so that we do Public Finance Management Act to turn around the amendments that were proposed where money can go to a foreign account, that all our money must first come to the central bank, and therefore it becomes necessary that that money must be authorized by the Auditor General. Under this, we are also calling for the review of all funds that exist, and anywhere where there is duplicity, we do away with that through an independent review, and disbursement should only be done to fully constituted and legal boards moving forward. And we need a public dashboard. We need a public dashboard. Kila state department, you know, our money must start paying us. Balance sheet ikipungua, tukienda kwa website yao, tunaona. And as they create the dashboard, it cannot be procured from outside. Our youth are skilled enough in ICT skills to give us everything we need for the needed accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, Those are the highlights of our recommendations. And based on that, our topic, this is what we have, we think we have done in this country. There are a number of countries, and particularly Nigeria, Ghana, Malawi, Zambia, who have gone through the pain that we have gone through. And based on all this, one of the things we realize is our biggest problem is the people we elect into power. Unfortunately, the Auditor General cannot say that the problem is the people we elect to power because they audit resources. But what we have tried to do is what we are calling Office of the Citizen. How many people would like to belong to the Office of the Citizen? Office of the Citizen. No, not everybody wants to. Who does not belong to Office of the Citizen? Oh, okay. Now I have been threatened. All of us must belong to the Office of the Citizen. And as the Office of the Citizen, this report, which these are the advanced finding, is titled The People's No, it is not a diagnostic. It is the People's Audit of Economic Miss. We have so many misses of governance. Fellow Kenyans, the lights are on. Your dashboard, no light is properly functioning. The report is just the beginning. It's a problem of governance that has resulted in a freeze of all our institutions, and it is what we will be discussing from now, 2027. For those who are okay with loans being paid 2032, sawa sawa. And as I close on economic misgovernance, if you do not have a voter's card, stop paying tax. I thank you.
Keep on clapping for Diana, please. You know, in such moments, I'm just in awe. This is our land, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot continue like this. We need to act. I know everybody wants to speak. I know, and we'll give you time to speak. But now, we have to go for a break. So, I want to give us a break for 15 minutes. If we can all be upstanding, kindly. And then immediately when we come back, tea is served for us. Please connect. Immediately when we come back, our esteemed panel of CPA Theodora, Madam CPA Angelina, Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga, and Marek. I will ask you to join me here at the front, and we'll have just a brief discussion on the findings of the diagnostic report. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a very big clap to Diana and my good friend Alex. Again, asante sana. So, music team, please take us for a break. In 15 minutes time, let's come back and we'll give you an opportunity to also discuss these issues.
Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah. Sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah. Sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Sachingoga sachibega. Pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah. The jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Si pata sachingoga sachibega. Si pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah. Sachingoga sachibega. Sachingoga sachibega. Pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Pata pata sachingoga sachibega. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Mama yeah, mama yeah, mama. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. While they're standing on the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds. While they're standing on the welfare lines, crying on the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know we're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Nchi ya kitu kidogo ni nchi ya watu wadogo. Ukitaka soda ewe mama, nenda Limuru. Nchi ya kitu kidogo ni nchi ya watu wadogo. Ukitaka chai ewe mama, nunua Ketepa. Mzee alisema hakuna cha bure. Huo msemo tumeutafsiri kinyume. Hata shule kuingiza mtoto ni lazima utoe mtoto. Kupata simu ni bala, road license bei nafuu utanunua. Kupoteza ID ni mashaka, twarudisha jamhuri yetu nyuma. Jamani, nchi ya kitu kidogo ni nchi ya watu wadogo. Ukitaka soda ewe mama, nenda Limuru. Hata nyumbani ukipatwa na majambazi, kupiga 99 wasema sisi hatuna gari. Lete 5,000 ya petroli, saidia utumishi. Mahakamani hela ndiyo haki, kwa shitiza uzoma rikiti mia kwa mia. Wafanyi kazi waenda miezi bila pesa, ni bahati ukitibiwa. Mzigo wetu nazidi kuwa mzito, watoto wanne na mshahara 2,500 ya vitabu na viatu na vyakula. Nauliza na potela, je, huu ni ungwana? Nchi ya kitu kidogo, ni nchi ya watu wadogo. Ukitaka chai ewe mama, nenda Limuru. Nchi ya kitu kidogo, ni nchi ya watu wadogo. Ukitaka soda ewe inspector, burudika na Fanta. Nchi ya kitu kidogo, ni nchi ya watu wadogo. Ukitaka chai ewe mama, nenda Limuru. Nchi ya kitu kidogo, ni nchi ya watu wadogo. Ukitaka soda ewe inspector, burudika na Fanta. Viva Kenya, viva! Viva Kenya, viva! Down with debt, down. Down with corruption, down. Down with bad governance, down. All sovereign power. All sovereign power. And who are the people? Who are the people? All sovereign power. I can't hear you. All sovereign power. And who are the people? Kenyan people on the front line? All right. So we are now calling you to come back inside the halls for the next part of our program. Tunawaomba tafadhali tuweze kurudi ndani ili tuweze kuendelea na ratiba yetu. I would like to call our next panelists to come on stage. They will be giving remarks on the presentations of the findings of the People's Diagnostic Report. So our next panelists kindly come on stage. We call upon CPA Theodora Ochichi, who is the Principal Fiscal Analyst Officer of the Controller of the Budget. So I call upon CPA Theodora Ochichi, who's the Principal Fiscal Analyst Officer of the Controller of the Budget. We call upon Madam CPA Angelina Masila, who's the Deputy Director, Office of the Auditor General. Angelina Masila, Deputy Director, Office of the Auditor General, kindly welcome on stage. Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga, National Council of Churches of Kenya. Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga, National Council of the Churches of Kenya. And Marek Hanush. Marek Hanush, who's the World Bank lead economist for Kenya. Dr. Alphonse Kanga from the National Council of Churches of Kenya. We are waiting on you. Marek Hanush from the World Bank, lead economist for Kenya. lucha continua.
Answer the call of the drum. Nairobi, Nairobi, Okoa, Uchumi, Okoa, Uchumi has come. Your face in Nairobi, I'll to come to you, I'll to come to you, in Nairobi, I'll to come to you, I'll to come to you, in Nairobi, I'll to come to you, I'll to come to you. Viva Kenya, viva! Viva Kenya, viva! All sovereign power. And who are the people? All sovereign power. And who are the people? Down with corruption, down. Down with bad governance, down. All right, I think we are now ready to start on this session. We invite all of us to be seated and to be able to listen to the panel that is going to be reacting or giving their remarks on the presentation of the findings of the People's Diagnostic Report that was just presented. We urge us to be silent and seated. Those who are still outside, we are urging you to be able to come in. Yes. All right, thank you very much for being able to come back on time. And thank you to our panelists who are here and who will be speaking, giving remarks on the presentation of the findings of the People's Diagnostic Report. We have CPA Theodora Ochichi, who's the Principal Fiscal Analyst, Office of the Controller of the Budget. Theodora, kindly wave. And we have Madam CPA Angelina Masila, who's the Deputy Director, Office of the Auditor General, Kenya. We have Reverend Alphonse Kanga, who's the National Council of the, who's representing the National Council Churches of Kenya. And we have Marek Hanush, who's the World Bank lead economist for Kenya. So I want us to welcome with the clap that we learned early in the morning. Karabanda! It has to be a bit more spirited for them to be able to speak. Sindio? Sindio? Haya, Karabanda! Karabanda! For the panelists. Thank you so much. Due to time, we're going to give you at least 3 minutes for your remarks. Karibuni sana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I must say I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with Kenyans. The kind of knowledge that Kenyans have right away is good. So I've been given 3 minutes to give remarks on the report. However, I had a whole 6 pages to present. So I'm going to just give highlights on the impact of debt servicing on fiscal space for government expenditures and possible mechanisms to reduce or manage the increasing debt in Kenya. If you go to our website, www.cob.go.ke, you'll find our report with a detailed report on public debt, on the status of public debt in Kenya. What was highlighted here is the exact truth of how it is, and also the deficit financing mechanism for the financial year 24-25. All that is in our website, so I will not dwell on that. I'll just give the impact and the possible mechanisms as highlighted by the Controller of Budget. So straight to my write-up. The high debt levels limit the government's budgetary space and ability to respond to shocks with fiscal policy. Some of the impacts that we are experiencing right now is reduced equitable share. You know, equitable share is what is shared between national and county governments. Reduced resources for spending, increased cost of capital, reduced access to debt, now I move on to possible mechanisms to reduce or manage the increasing debt. The controller has been very vocal on this, and I see the government is taking it up. Optimize debt composition for cost efficiency. Reduce or establish, increase or establish a sinking fund for loan redemption. A sinking fund is like a reserve to take care of future loans or the loan burden. Then conduct rigorous debt audits. Limit debt support to state-owned enterprises. I've heard a lot about it here. Ensure project readiness for borrowing. Before we start borrowing, instead of making commitments to hoard loans in order to use it in projects, we have to ensure that we are ready with our projects before we go borrowing. Then negotiate optimal overdraft rates with CBK. I had that here also. And then ensure sustainable treasury bills and bond rates. Adopt alternative project funding models, PPPs, and all that. Use treasury single account. Treasury single account implies that in the CBK, we have many accounts that are owned by the government, and those accounts have balances. Instead of running to the overdraft, let us utilize those balances instead of going to get overdraft, and overdraft interest is really high. Then cash flow planning. We have to plan our cash before, at the beginning of every year. And I think that is it from my end. Thank
you. Good afternoon, all protocols observed. First, I'll wish to convey Madam FCPA Nancy Gadongo's honor to have been invited to represent her remarks in this forum. And on her behalf, thank you very much to the organizers and all the participating stakeholders. Public debt has become a matter of great concern owing to the significant fiscal and financial risks underlying its ineffective and inefficient management. Therefore, this gathering is not just another meeting, it's a call to collective reflection and action at a time when our nation faces one of its most pressing challenges, the growing public debt. We are here because we recognize that debt is not merely about numbers. It's not merely about numbers on a balance sheet, but also about the quality of life of millions of Kenya. Therefore, we are here to ask difficult questions, to demand accountability, and to chart a path towards a more just, equitable, and sustainable economic future. With that introduction, I will quickly go through some key highlights of what the Office of Auditor General has been doing as far as debt audit is concerned. Maybe we can start by looking at the status of the public debt. We are looking at the financial year 2023-2024, where it stood at 10.58 trillion, whereas when we compare with 2022-2023, the debt stood at 10.248. Depicting an increase of 3.3%. It was in a mix of external debt at 48.9% and domestic approximately 51.1%. Generally, we noted a shift towards short-term bond increase as far as financing of public expenditure was concerned. We are also looking at external debt insights. There was a reduction, quote unquote, of 5%. Basically, this was attributed to the shilling's appreciation against major currencies. As you are aware, in the last financial year, the forex currency did not fluctuate much. And now to debt servicing. For the financial year 2023-2024, debt service of the country stood at approximately 1.596 trillion, representing a 37% increase from the previous financial year. These statistics are a concern because you can see the jump is quite significant. However, it should be noted that this increase was also highly driven by the maturing of a Eurobond of 2024. Domestic debt service also increased by 9%. From our findings and the findings presented here, we can see that we have cause for concern. One thing we've noted is, as a country, we are deviating a lot from the medium-term debt strategy. We plan well, however, we do not follow it. Looking at the impact of the fiscal impact of the debt servicing, as it was presented, we are using far much more than we should, and therefore we are denying critical services the needed funding. Case in particular, education and health. We are all aware of the challenges involved in those sectors. The Office of Auditor General has made various recommendations, starting with the debt recording. At some point, we had two systems running parallel. However, it should be noted that as at now, the National Treasury is using one system to record the debts, which is a good way forward. We also recommended sufficient staffing of the personnel at PDMO, which is also been done. We are also recommending proper negotiation so that we don't find ourselves, like my colleague has said, with debts that we can't draw down and yet we are being charged for. So those are the key things we are looking at. What does the future hold for the country as far as debt is concerned? We are hoping that the relevant key players will look at issues like restructuring. We need to consider as a country where we are at. Is this a feasible alternative? We also need to look at alternative sources of funding, like also the Office of Control of Budget has said. Can we explore sources of funding that could be ultimately cheaper than borrowing? Also, we need to ask ourselves in terms of longevity of these debts. If you're doing a long-term project, then could we kindly fund it using long-term sources of funds as opposed to short-term, so that we also maximize the balance between risk and cost. I'll have to stop there due to time given, and thank you very much.
Thank you. From where I come from my side is that I represent 82% of the congregation, and that's what the statistics say. We are 82%, meaning everybody here in your locality, there is at least a church or a pastor. And so what we say from what you have heard this morning, let me begin from the principle of receipt. Yes, I need a receipt. And that receipt should be stamped. And I need to find out who stamped it. Is it possible the person who stamped that receipt is dead? If he's dead, what next? So we need to be thinking. And then from my constituency, we say, faith comes by hearing. And hearing changes behavior. We are where we are because of what we hear. And if we hear, do we change behavior? Or some people have become smarter than us. They tell us what we want us to hear, and we clap hands. Do you have the right thing you hear? And if you hear the right thing, then what you have heard today, you should leave that door saying, then is it possible, because of where we are, and faith comes by hearing, hearing that the right thing. If what have been said from morning to this is the right thing, why can't we, is it possible that we formulate a system where we'll reject those debts and say no? To me, that would be one of the direction. And then, since faith comes from hearing, from where I come from, those who read the scripture, it's in Romans 10:17. And then in another book, Proverbs 27:7, as a man thinketh, so he is. So what happens? They know how to play around with our thought line, and especially our brothers who are seated here. We call them politicians. They know how to manipulate our mind for domination. Is it possible for we, me and you, the 82%, to rise above and think about them and say no where necessary? And then we ask ourselves, a lot of things are happening. Like now we have a new program that came up yesterday. You call it what? Nyota is on. Is Nyota part of the debt? Yes. We have still borrowed Nyota. Yes. And we say we are okay? Tuko sawa? Lazima kuna shida mahali sio? From where I sit, I think the first thing we need to do is to go with the principles. From where we sit from the religious perspective, there is a principle of work and productivity. We need to emphasize on education, good health, and respect. And then we need to see work as a divine calling. Now, we are where we are because of some people who do not want to work, but within a short time, you realize they are rich. From where? Miracles. Miracles were only there during the time of manners. But at this time, it's about work and multiplication of what we do. Faith comes by hearing. Let's tell our brothers, please, can you account for the little, for this? Yesterday you had nothing. Today you have an apartment. Where did you get it? It's not a principle of work. It's an abuse of God, of God's work. Work is a calling. So let's impress it as work. So what is our role? It is our role to influence the society, not only influence, both in the church and at the marketplace. Not only that, to influence the society in terms of honesty, love, integrity, so that we generate some ethical vibes and value systems. If we get into that as religious people, we influence the society, both in the church, in the pulpit, and that's my role. As I convince you in the pulpit, and you, because you are the church outside, please go and convince them. Develop some ethical roles and some value systems so that we can get out of this mess. For sure, if we insist on integrity, develop our ethical systems and the value systems, it is possible that we can have a kind of a refrain. We can pause for the time being as we think about what's happening. Look at it that 2032, it will double. So what do? Do we continue borrowing? Do we continue sinning so that tomorrow will be better? May God help us. So, what do we say? The poor. The scripture is so clear. Those who read the Deuteronomy 15:10. God blesses those who give to the poor. Yes, it's good to give to the poor, but not to give to the poor so that at the end you benefit. Not to give the poor so that they, in the name of manipulation for domination. There is a principle of giving to the poor so that you can manipulate them, you dominate them, and then they do what you want. May God help us. So what we have had today, I'm again suggesting, number one, we ask for the receipt. The receipt must have a stamp. And that stamp, we must know who stamped it. If it's not well stamped, or if the person who stamped it is dead, so what do? We revoke it, isn't it? We say we don't want it. And then we see how far it is going. I have no time. Please proceed. Thank you.
I don't know how I can follow up on that, but thank you for having us. I'm with the World Bank. I've heard about the World Bank a few times today. So can I say a few words about the World Bank? So I heard we cannot tell the Kenyan story or fix Kenya's problems. That is true. We cannot. We don't pretend that we can. But we are privileged to be part of the conversation. We listen. We learn. We offer our perspective. And we contribute within the means and the mandate that we have. So again, thank you for including us in these conversations. What I can also tell you is that at the World Bank, we do want Kenya to succeed. In fact, Kenya owns the World Bank, is a co-owner of the World Bank, because we are basically a savings cooperative of countries. 90% of the world's countries are part of the World Bank, so is Kenya. So it's our duty to help Kenya succeed. So viva Kenya, indeed. How do we define success? We are a development organization. Our mandate is to eliminate extreme poverty, to reduce inequality, and to create a healthier planet. So we are not just a bank. We really are a development institution. And we provide financing. That's true. We are 15% of Kenya's debt, but we are the cheapest you can get. So the loans we provide are about 1%. If you borrow from IDA, 1% compared to, what, 8 to 10% per Eurobonds, pretty good deal. Even if you borrow from IBRD, that bank that was supposed to rebuild Europe, that's 5%. It's still much cheaper than a Eurobond, and most of our funding is IDA. So it's 1%, some is grants. It's a gift, it's a donation. So I hope you don't worry too much about the World Bank loans. It's also all very transparent. So if you want a register of World Bank loans, go to our website. They're all there. Everything is there. You can find everything on our website. If you don't find it, you can call me and I can show you where it is. We talked a lot about governance today, and I also want to tell you we have been supporting a lot of governance measures in Kenya. We haven't done the Sri Lanka type governance-linked bond that was suggested today, which I really like. It's a great initiative. But we have our budget support operations, the DPOs. You probably all know about our DPOs. And they all have governance actions. So the prior actions that we call them prior actions, so things that need to be done before we disperse. We have the Conflict of Interest Act and regulations. We have e-procurement, we have the Treasury single account, we have wage bill management, and we have social protection and making sure that benefits to are inflation linked. So those are some of the governance measures that we have actively been supporting, and we can only disperse when these actions are met. And as you may have noticed, we did not disperse a DPO last year because the actions were not met. So we will wait for the actions to be met. So that's what we do. We don't only do DPOs. We do investment operations, we support education, we support health, we support roads. So we have a huge portfolio, something like $8 billion in Kenya. I'm sure not everybody will agree with everything we do, but I can assure you the spirit is always one to support. It's our mandate to support Kenya. Now on the presentation, really like the presentation, congratulations. I can't wait to actually see the report. I recognize a lot of the recommendations in our own work, so we're quite aligned. We don't have a governance diagnostic as IMF. We do the public finance review, and that's already published. So that was published in May. You can download it if you like. The way in which we look at fiscal policy is not about debt. We look at development. We look at jobs. That report is all about jobs. But debt becomes a problem for jobs because it crowds out spending that you need to create jobs. We heard that. 1/3 of revenue is devoted to interest. But also, defaulting. I know some people in Kenya really like the idea of defaulting on debt. You will appreciate the World Bank does not recommend that. But there's a good reason for that. It's not because we want to be paid, because the World Bank always gets paid. The restructuring happens with the private investors. So I can tell you that default is not a good idea because of the international evidence. So if you look at the data, defaults are very painful, very painful. So on average, defaults reduce income of everyone here by 9%. So basically almost 10% of your income is gone because Kenya defaulted. It also has impacts on poverty, 6% poverty up. Infant mortality up because of the impact on service delivery, life expectancy down. I mean, these impacts are pretty significant. I don't think default is a good option. It's not my call, but I think it's not a good idea. Because there are better ways. Actually, the subtitle of our work is "There is another way," and I think that was discussed today. There is another way. There is another way. Let's be positive. Let's focus on the other way. What is the other way? The other way is very much linked to governance. Fiscal policy is governance. It's how good is fiscal policy? Does fiscal policy deliver on the objective of creating jobs? What we have done in our work is we have modeled some of the things that you have talked about. So for example, you talked about the conflict of interest framework. You talked about anti-money laundering issues. You talked about the Treasury single account, e-procurement. We added to that so corruption in business licensing, and my favorite, the traffic police. Because I see that every day. It's very visible. I've never seen that before. But there's government data that we use that shows that bribes to the traffic police amount to 88 billion shillings in 2024. That's 0.5% of GDP. With that money, you could massively step up support to the poor. You could raise benefits from 2,000 to 3,000 shillings. You could support 400,000 families who need support. So there is a lot of scope for governance measures to improve the quality of spending, which is also, I think, your point. We completely agree with that. We did some modeling, and it's really interesting because the impact of these governance interventions is twofold. One is savings, more efficient spending, more growth, more jobs. That's clear. But also the perceptions. So I'm a foreigner. I'm German. I come here and I drive around and see the police reaching into cars. You know, that impacts the perceptions of corruption, and investors see that. So that adds to the risk premium. So when Kenya borrows at 10%, a big chunk of that is the risk premium. So reducing corruption also reduces the risk premium, it reduces the cost of borrowing, and that also supports growth. And that is why, looking at how these measures could impact debt and growth, implementing all of this, only governance measures, could reduce public debt by 12 percentage points and raise growth by 3%, and that means jobs. So this governance agenda, I think you're spot on, we completely agree with that. But even those measures, even governance alone, will not get you to your 55% debt anchor. More needs to be done. And in addition to that, more spending is needed. So at the World Bank, we look at a tax revenue to GDP ratio of 15%, like no country can work with that. No state can survive on that. You need more. You need 3% of GDP more for health, 1% more for education, 0.5% more for social protection. Where does that money come from? You can shuffle around a little bit, you can reduce bribes in the police, maybe you can make fertilizer subsidies more progressive, can tinker on the margins to finance the most important things. But in the end of the day, I have to tell you, from my perspective, 15% tax to GDP is not enough. You can't have a functioning state with 15% tax to GDP. Actually, the convergence criterion of the East African community is 25%. So we're far, far away from that. But I very much understand the sentiment. You don't want to fund a budget if that budget doesn't go to where it's supposed to go. From where I sit, what I hear is a fiscal compact. You're looking for a fiscal compact. Are you looking for a fiscal compact? An agreement that certain measures need to be done on the governance side in order to adequately fund the government. And to adequately fund the government, eventually, I think there would have to be some revenue measures. But they don't necessarily have to be bad. In our work, we show that a lot of these revenue or these taxes are quite distortionary. They reduce growth. Export promotion levies, maybe the housing levy, special economic zones. Like, you can actually reform taxes in a way in which you can make things more equitable. Same on VAT, some exemptions, I don't know, TV subscription fees, amusement park fees, pet food, popcorn. Does it need to be exempt? You can raise a lot of revenue in a very equitable way, and then you can get to where you want to be on the revenue side. So I'm excited. I hear fiscal compact. I'm excited to see what it looks like. We're not going to determine that, but I'm excited to see how your journey ends.
Thank you so much to our panelists who've given us their remarks. So that was Marek Hanush, who's the World Bank lead economist for Kenya, Reverend Dr. Alphonse Kanga, National Council of Churches of Kenya, Madam CPA Angelina Masila, Deputy Director, Office of the Director General Kenya, and CPA Theodora Ochichi, who's the Principal Fiscal Analyst, Office of the Controller of the Budget. Tuwapigie makofi. Karabanda! Karabanda! Señoritas! Karabanda! Karabanda! Señoras! So thank you so much for your remarks and for your responses, and for any questions that you have or comments, kindly write them down, because we're going to be having a plenary session where we will be inviting you to give those. And before they leave, I think we have some goodies here for our panelists, and I'll invite Alex from TISA to be able to give these to each of our panelists here who have given us such great remarks. Band, you can, okay, band is not there. We can just karabanda them one more time as they receive this. Karabanda! Karabanda! Yamarek! Karabanda! Karabanda! Dr. Alphonse! Karabanda! Karabanda! CPA Angelina! Karabanda! Karabanda! Theodora! Thank you so much to all of you. And just to remind us, can I see your phones wherever they are? Can I see your phones for those of you who are here? I want you to take your phones and just show. Yes. Kwa hivyo nataka tutumie hashtag au alama ya reli wapi receipts. Alama ya reli inasema nini? Inasema nini? Receipts za SGR, receipts za SHA, receipts za eCitizen, receipts za uniform za makarao. Nataka muandike hapo hashtag wapi receipts. Utatupata kwa X @Okoa Uchumi, Instagram @Okoa Uchumi KE, TikTok Okoa Uchumi KE, na Facebook Okoa Uchumi Kenya. Tumesema alama ya reli ni nini? Alama ya reli ni nini? Alama ya reli ni hashtag. Naona watu wanauliza hiyo ni nini? What is our hashtag? Wapi receipts? Kwa hivyo tuwaulize huko. Wapi receipts za SGR? Ziko wapi? Wapi receipts za SHA? Wapi receipts za nini ingine? Wapi receipts za nini ingine? Za nini? Wapi receipts za nini? Yeah, wapi receipts za nini? Wapi receipts za nini? Nyota. Kai, mumepoteza nyota. All right, so please do that hashtag and ask on all these platforms. And now I will welcome Sheila, the Executive Director of Transparency International. Makofia Sheila. Karabanda. Karabanda. For Sheila.
Thank you very much, and we thank the panelists who came. They saved us a lot of time. Hamuna deni yetu. Unajua kuna deni ya pesa na kuna deni ya saa. So here we are going to count the people ambao watatuacha na deni ya saa. We are on a time budget, and our next speaker has promised ataki deni. Alikuwa na 30 minutes, lakini amesema atafanya 10 to 15. Our in-house economics professor. So I want us to, I'm putting this up for him because keynote haizi fanyiwa hapa hadharani. It has to be done up there. We have paid for it. So as we make the stage for our keynote address, I want to introduce our keynote speaker. I know he must have been asked to do this. Diana, ulimtumia message sangapi kuja kufanya keynote? Asubuhi ama ilikuwa kwa studio? I know you were both somewhere this morning. I know that is where the request was made, and we changed the program quickly, and we're happy to do so because who else to speak to the people than Dr. Abraham Rugo? As I said earlier, I've known him for many years. When I say I have 20 years experience, he says he has 19. Because I'm the one who welcomed him to come into the university as a fresher. Kama mtu anataka kujua kama nilienda shule, mwende moge na Abraham Rugo. He saw me going to class. But Dr. Rugo is the Executive Director of Budgeting Hub, a leading organization advancing transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in Kenya's public budgeting processes. He holds a PhD and a master's degree in public management from the University of Potsdam, Germany. He has years of experience in public finance, governance, and devolution. And as we have had him speak over time without number, we can tell that he's committed to promoting homegrown solutions that empower citizens and enhance equitable management of public resources for sustainable development. So who else better than Dr. Rugo to speak to us on a day where we want to co-create solutions to recover our country from the chains of debt? Karibu sana Daktari. Kana, please do that for Daktari, please.
Baba ameshalipa deni. So Daktari, karibu sana. Karabanda. Karabanda for Daktari. Karabanda. Karabanda. Ya Daktari. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. I consider myself mkulima mdogo. It's such a joy for me to come and address all of us. Given my height, I actually wasn't aware the hall is all full. And if you've laughed, I've just earned my coffee. And you're still laughing, you know. So thanks, Diana, for what you did. Malipo ni hapa duniani, and you shall pay you. It's also a joy for me to be here to speak to us, also in the presence of my colleagues. Cuba and John should be somewhere here. Please just, yeah. Those are my two colleagues from Budgeting Hub. I'm sure you know all of them. It's really at a time when we all are asking ourselves hard questions of what do we do with our country. Now, it was a joy to listen to the colleague from World Bank. I think he stepped out. And as one who studied in Germany for my master's and my PhD, I know it too well that a people can rebuild their country. From the most corrupt police forces to the most efficient police services. When I arrived in Germany, one of the first things we were told is that if you have any problem, stop the policeman next to you or policewoman and tell them. And even if you don't know where you are going, they can take you there. Now you can see the Kenyans in us thinking, I stop like willingly, I stop a police man, you know, hiyo ni kama kujipeana. And so So I've been asked to speak about how do we co-create solutions for Kenya's debt recovery and our economic justice. And I just want to start by saying that public debt is yours, whether you are involved in its procurement or not. It's your money. Public debt is future tax, and that tax will have to be paid. The Constitution in Article 201 says that the burdens and the benefits of public debt shall be shared between the current and future generations. And therefore, the first question I want to ask, are we being fair to the future generation, and are we being fair to the current generation as far as the benefits are concerned and the costs are concerned? But I want to start by saying, and I'll speak only 3 points and I'll be done, that first we must rethink the size and role of government in our economy. A lot has been said this morning, but I want to start there. And recently, I was looking at the size of our government, and it surprised me just how big we have become. Because we have, we have so many institutions that we have established that basically beg the question, do we need all of them? I noticed that we have 78 commercial state corporations. We have 75 funds. The executive agency has 82 institutions. What we call semi-autonomous government agencies, there are 37 of them. We have the commissions, independent offices, 18 of them. We have political parties that are, at that point, basically were functional, 46 of them. I understand there are 84 now. We have 62 technical training institutions. We have another, we have 62 ministries and departments and agencies. So all those ones that have a principal secretary. The regulatory state corporations, we have another 63. All those are government institutions. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves, when you look at these institutions that I have just mentioned, a lot of them are doing things that our private sector should be doing, are multiplying, are the ones who are responsible for our biggest part of debt. In this discussion, we have not even talked about contingent liabilities. State corporations alone have exposed us to a debt risk of about 2.66 trillion. Those are state corporations alone. When you think about pending bills that were spoken about earlier, they are the ones that are responsible for most of those. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves, do we need government everywhere? Because the reason why we are issuing a treasury bill and a treasury bond almost every other week is basically to keep these institutions afloat. I am aware that there are times when the government has to issue a treasury bill to be able to transfer money to county governments. In other words, we have to borrow. It's like you who is a parent, and every time children ask for lunch, you have to go and borrow from your neighbor because you do not have. But the fundamental challenge to debt management in Kenya is that we are unable to connect our debt decisions to our socio-economic outcomes. What do I mean? Debt is procured for purposes of being able to provide a certain service. The reason why you borrow, you and I borrow, at least I borrow. I borrow because I do not have the money to provide for myself something for that day. Now, we are told that you borrow for things that you can invest in. Of course, I know there is a generation that believes pia, unaweza borrow, ujipe raha mwenyewe. But the reason why we borrow as a country is to be able to provide these public services. And the question is, are we able to connect our outcomes in education, in agriculture, in healthcare, in infrastructure, to the amount of debt that we have procured? And it's clear that public debt is no longer just a budget financing decision to fill the deficit. It is not a purely financial matter. It is an enabler that has governance implications, that has livelihoods implications, that basically has the entire sustainability of the country in place. And today we are in a situation where debt decisions determine whether businesses have enough credit to grow or they die. Interest rates by government have gone down up to 8%. But interest rates for you and I in the same bank are at a range of 16%, fluctuating. In other words, it simply means that government is borrowing more cheaply. But citizens are not necessarily getting more credit for their businesses. And this explains perhaps why 40% of us, 4 of every 10 here, are poor and are unable to feed themselves. Our research at Budget Hub has shown us that at every time you have a 1% increase in the debt stock, in the amount of debt we have, you decrease public spending by negative 1.2%, you decrease education spending by negative 2.4%, and social protection by 3.6%. In other words, every amount you take and you have to pay back, you have to give up something. There's an opportunity cost. And that is something that I think we need to think about. And therefore, we need to start seeing public debt from this broader perspective and answer 2 specific questions. One, what exactly does public debt do for us in the long term? What are the equity questions? What are the distributional questions? A study we did a few years back showed that places that had, if you had water in your area, you had higher chances of getting more water projects. And if you have a road and better road network in your area, you had a higher chance of getting more roads in that general area. In other words, the equity questions about distribution of these projects needs to be answered. But secondly, who is benefiting from public debt? These are questions, as I've said, of public equity. Because we all pay debt, do all of us benefit equally? And the question of debt distribution. I go to my second point, that the quality of our debt decisions needs to improve. At the bottom of all our struggles right now is that decisions are being made. But how are they being made? Now, we realize, actually, there's debt restructuring going on, by the way. There's been discussions of trying to do debt swaps, trying to actually make sure that we buy back, our payments of Eurobond that are coming to maturity into the future now. In other words, we are trying to make some attempts. The question is, what about in the domestic market where we face the highest risk exposure? Well, the efforts are long overdue. I mean, when we commend these attempts, like for instance, what I've just talked about, there are 3 questions that we need to ask about debt and how we make decisions. First of all, is that debt decisions need to involve more stakeholders. And that's why we are here in this room today. The National Treasury and Parliament cannot be the sole decision makers of how our debt goes. There is technical strength within civil society and independent offices that can help to design these decisions, and citizen participation cannot be wished away. Secondly, we need to be clear on what is a debt decision and what is not. For example, we have to contend with the question of whether securitization and pending bills. What is securitization? Securitization basically is where you take your current incomes, as is the case right now with the fuel levy, you mortgage it. In other words, you take a loan for future payments. So right now, all that was not happening when others were speaking. I'm safe. So right now, the cost of fuel at the pump has gone up, not because you're getting more fuel, but because we have securitized the road maintenance levy fund. There's a 7 shillings that has gone up there. And therefore, what about pending bills? Are they debt questions? And what do we do about those decisions? Because they have huge implications into the future. And as I said, it is not just the implications of the country, but also of households. But thirdly, it is time for us to model debt decisions for ourselves. I know there are models by IMF, there are models by the World Bank, there are models, but everybody does their models that benefits them. As a country, have we done our own modeling? And I say this because I know there are students in the room, there are tech guys in the room. Can we actually start modeling on what are the implications of different debt decisions, different debt obligations? For instance, if today you are to restructure the local market in terms of debt, what does that do to SACCOs, where a majority of Kenyans have their savings? What does that do to banks in Kenya? What does that do to chamas? And then finally, we need to plan better for future statutory costs that will remain a fast charge in our PFM system. Allow me to bring this question, that we have a pensions question that we are not considering as public debt. If you ask me, pensions is debt. Why? Because until we started the contributory scheme in public service, government was paying for pensioners. As of the claims that we have processed, and I say we because we are the country, as of the claims that have been processed, we are now this year paying about 200 billion Kenya shillings. Conservatory figures show that the total pensions claim is another 2 trillion Kenya shillings. That's why we are taking 3 years, sometimes 5 years, to process pension claims. I'm sure all of you have a pensioner who has been lining up in one of the government offices trying to follow their file. Now, if this is not important, we need to look at other countries like France. So you know the crisis that is in France with pensions. In Kenya, President Kibaki was, I'm not sure he was clever or he was cunning, because he opted to push the retirement age to 60. Why? We didn't push it to 60 because we love our old people. We had no money to pay them. Now we have pushed it to 65. But what does that do to the younger people who need to come? The protests in Paris, actually, a couple of months ago that ran, and there were rats everywhere, had to do with pension. And what is the problem? 60% of their money is now going to deal with pensions, and they do not know what to do. Now, the problem with pensioners is that they cannot unionize. They are our grandfathers and our grandmothers. They are our parents. They cannot come to the streets like Gen Zs. Who will fight for them? And therefore, I think this is a critical area that we must prioritize, because this is what runs the rural economy. It is the retired teachers, military officers, police officers, and it's critical to consider. Finally, what then? 3 things. 1, I think it is time to build and test new ideas. I do not think that we have capitalized enough on locally available resources. Our cooperative movement is holding billions of shillings. They buy bonds, but what if we incentivize them to even think of things like education bonds at a lower interest rate that goes straight to provide education services? Because there's a lot of money. Where do I know there's money? Every time a bond has been floated the last 2-3 weeks, it's been oversubscribed. Which means there is money. And all of us are waiting for dividends in our SACCOs. At least those of us who are in SACCOs. Maybe I'm pained because the dividend last year was very bad. Secondly, I think it is time to go to court and call out odious debt and refuse to pay. Now, that's not just populist. In Mozambique, they actually went to court. You know the case. They went to court and the court ruled that some of this debt must not be paid because they are sovereign. Yes, the people who took them bound all of us, but if there are debts that, and you remember the list that Mheshimiwa Karoli read it before, debt that never got to what it's supposed to do. Because, my friends, if you invested 12 trillion, I want you to think about it this way. Our economy is about 16 trillion and 19, between 16 and 19 trillion, depending on who you talk to. Now, that's like 16 shillings. Now, if 16 shillings is all you earn, and then I come randomly and give you 12 shillings, hello? I have more than doubled your salary. There are 2 things that are likely to happen. 1, you are either going to go big and invest, or you'll be partying everywhere. I don't know the case of Kenya where we are big in investing or partying everywhere. Finally, we must roll our sleeves to build our Kenya. This responsibility of building is not for some chosen few, young people, old people who work in public finance. It is for all of us. And the question is, what are you doing in the space where you are? We talk, we want integrity, but is integrity for those guys, not for me? We want a corruption-free country, but corruption-free is for those guys, not me. Because if tomorrow you are the person responsible for that state corporation, will you bring it to profitability or will you sink it further? If tomorrow you are the MCA in that county, will you be among the first guys wanting to go to Dubai, you know, to do a benchmarking on how to do livestock farming? Even the audacity of that thought is scary. Because every coin we have must be counted, and every of those coins must count. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was our keynote speech. He says, the audacity of thought. Integrity, is it for them or is it for me? Integrity is for? It's for? It's for? All right. Thank you very much. That was a very, very powerful and thought-provoking speech. Kwa hivyo tutampigia makofi. Naomba tujitayarishe, tuweke mikono. Najua nimesema karabanda, kwa hiyo nikisema makofi unapiga 1, makofi 2, makofi 1 2 3. So nikisema makofi 1, makofi 2, makofi 1 2 3. Haya, tujitayarishe sasa. Haya, tujitayarishe kumshukuru daktari ambaye ameibua fikra tunduizi. Tujitayarishe kumpa makofi yake. Haya, makofi, 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 makofi. Haya, asanteni sana. Nitamuita Sheila aweze kutuelekeza kwa mpango unaofuata wa ratiba yetu. Karibu Sheila. Makofi ya Sheila. Makofi, makofi, makofi.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Arms. Auna deni yetu. You used the time well. You may have gone maybe overboard by 2 or so minutes, but we'll sort it out with coffee outside there. Yeah, but thank you very much. Tumeambiwa hatulipi audience? Yeah, hatulipi. Hashtag wapi receipts. So we have a panel, and as the panel gets ready, because I know one of the panelists has to rush out, I'm going to just invite one question as we prepare for the panel. One question to either Dr. Arms or Diana or Alex, based on their presentations for earlier as we transition to the panel. Okay, there's one question there. Any question on that side? So I'm going to the lady here and the gentleman here. So can the mic quickly go? Just give us your question in less than 30 seconds, please. Just one question, one or a comment or a thought, one. Limit it to 1 point. There's a lady there, and then the gentleman here. We will have another plenary after.
Hello. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Adam Kibwana. Yes, my name is Adam Kibwana. I'm a legislative and procedural officer, Nairobi County Assembly. I'm also a consultant. Glad to see your team here. Bwana Dennis, NDI, we've worked together since 2020. So just a quick question. First, let me applaud the religious leader that I've seen here. For the longest time, we've had religious leaders just opening meetings with word of prayer and closure. We reduced them to that, kufungua na kufunga. But for the first time, they are part of the meetings. So that is really good. Second part, something we are so proud of is that we talk about this constitution being more of people-centered, out of public participation as a doctrine. Eh? But here's the challenge. For public participation, we go wrong because it is not enough unless there is civic education. So civic education is a precursor to public participation as it informs the decision and enables you to add value to the process. So my question now to our gentleman from World Bank.
Please, there's a reason why I'm specifically asking for a question for Arms or Diana.
Yes.
So it wasn't a question for them?
So this is a question now for Mark.
Okay, for Mark, we'll have the questions after, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
But allow me to float it because it touches on conversation. Yeah. For all the developed jurisdictions, when you do capital projects, we do what we call environmental impact assessment.
Could you just shoot straight to the question?
So the question is this. Yes. I'm coming. I'm building a case. Yeah. So this is the thing. when you are taking loans as now my fellow guarantors, do you get to hear our say? My only suggestion is, could you consider putting a clause on those application procedures that will allow the sovereign to come on board and give their views on tenability, sustainability, and even their thought on their loans?
Thank you. I think he's got it. Mark, please mark the question. I don't know if he's there. He's not there. Okay, we'll get someone else to answer that. The lady, is your question to Diana? A question, is there any reaction to ARMS or the presentation by, if it's to the World Bank, just hold on a minute, we are going to have another plenary, because Mark is not even here. Is there a specific intervention for Diana or ARMS? Yes? Please, to the point.
Okay, my name is Ibrahim Machera, and I have a question. So, do we have clear receipts or audits reports showing how much money is received and used through SHA, SGR, and eCitizen platform? Because as citizen, we hear of the billions involved, but rarely see where the money actually goes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll ask either ARMS or Diana to answer that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you. Oh. ARMS?
The question is on whether we have audits of SGR, SHA, and eCitizen. eCitizen, I am aware there are audits. Receipts. I think kwa hiyo aki Sheila nikubalie tu. I do not usurp power. I allow separation of power.
Thank you very much. To your question, do we have reports as far as SGR is concerned? Yes, there have been some special audits conducted in line with the terms of reference as per the various requests we get. For eCitizen, yes, we have a report actually. It's most recent. It has been discussed in our media. As for SHA, as at now, I would say we don't have a signed report as at now. However, as you know, for the financial calendar, we are currently conducting our financial audits. So hopefully by 31st of December, as per our deadline, we shall be ready to issue reports as far as financial audit of SHA is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think ARMS, you also have an intervention there. Yeah. Then we can transition to the next panel.
So I think there are two things here. One is, and I think Mchungaji was just reminding me here, that, I mean, anybody can give receipts, but that's not what we are looking for. Guys, there's a culture we have allowed in this country. I can only call it the utadu culture. Utadu. And that is a dangerous culture, because today you have more information about public finance than you had when some of us started this work. As Sheila said, 2 decades ago. I was an intern. She was already working. Anyway. And you have a lot of public information. But the question of why we are not utilizing that information, you go to the Office of the Auditor General, there are audit reports upon audit reports. You go to the Office of the Controller of Budget, you have reports, quarterly reports actually released every other quarter. I think my call is the more we have voices, and that has been our push within Budget Hub, can we have more people asking the questions around the audit reports when they are put up? Can we have more people looking at the budget, quarterly budget implementation reports? Because if none of us is looking at them and asking questions and asking what is Parliament doing about this, what are the courts doing about this, then it means that there is no demand, there is no pressure for that change to happen. I think for me that's very critical. And the spaces we have are immense. I just think about all all the religious spaces that we spend every week. Think about all the mosques, all the churches, all the temples that people are in, all the shrines. If those are the questions, because this is where our duty bearers, our leaders, I'm no longer sure they bear the duty, but this is where they come to worship with us, and we can ask those critical questions. But the second one, we say we are a tech country, and it is a good thing that we are a tech country. But how much can we utilize tech to make this message simpler even for other people who may be offline, as it were? Whether you are thinking tech that can go into community radios, and I see my brother here from Bunge Mashinani, and all of us in the spaces where we are in, because people, this is a technical conversation, but it is also a political conversation. And politics is about numbers. If more people are asking questions about these things, then there is impetus to act. Let me just say something on public participation, and I'll close it. Public participation is as good as the input of the public will be processed and utilized. And I say this because after many years of doing public participation and perhaps contributing to the document of budget, I know very well that when you purpose, we saw the finance committee actually give a response, line by line, of everything that was said. Never mind they say we adopted, declined, at least something was done. And in an age of technology, and that's why I wanted to connect, I do not see why you cannot use technology to process even if you have 5,000 respondents. Google Forms, basic things that we can do to make sure that input. But remember, and this will be my very last point, unless there are people following up, unless there are people asking questions about what is going on, then all this becomes just a noise of a few. Arms can talk as much as one. Joyson can speak. Sheila can speak. Those ones we know. But if more and more of us are asking, because the implementation stage of our budget is the weakest point of public, where we have the weakest public participation. People are excited, oh, a borehole was allocated money, oh, a school was allocated money. But have you ever walked into that public school and asked questions about how is capitation being utilized? Kama hiyo ni kazi yao, wazazi wako huko na wale watoto wako huko. That dispensary, because all these things are allocated some public funds. Thank you very much. I stop there.
Thank you very much, Makofi kwa Arms. I want us to move to the next session. And allow me here, we just had tea, so naona watu wengine wananiambia lunch. Sorry. But there is lunch. At 2 o'clock or before 2, we will break for lunch. I can assure you of that. Kama you will not break by 2, niko na deni yenyu. Na mimi si kazongo, sitaki deni nyingi sana. So our panel is going to be short. Our panelists have promised to be short and sweet, to the point. And the panel is on public debt and austerity. What is at stake for public services? So we continue to keep that conversation going. Tumesema tunataka serikali ikaze mishipi, but we are seeing very fancy belts being bought while the rest of us suffer, and to a great expense to public services. So to take us through this discussion, I'm going to invite Lurit Yugusuk. She's a curator at Policy O'Clock. As you can see, we are diversifying the moderation, old and young. Now that Am said that I was working when he was an intern, which is not true. You can go to KRA records. I think we registered about the same time. But Yuri, she's one of the youngsters, or young moderators of the day. She's a policy analyst. She specializes in policy communication, design, and knowledge translation. And she's the curator of Policy O'Clock, a creative platform that focuses on policy communication, citizen engagement, and the simplification of complex policy material to enhance public understanding and participation. She works also at the Youth Tax Justice Network, and where she tries, or rather she is working to center youth in critical processes and platforms that champion economic justice in Africa. So Yuri, the stage is yours. Occupy it and call your panelists. Karibu.
Thank you. Hamtanipigia makofi. Okay, great. A very good afternoon to you all. Please
support me in welcoming the following panelists to the stage before we begin setting the context of the conversation we're going to have. One, we're going to have Queen Kivuva, who is a social justice and good governance advocate and the Vice President of the Presidential Youth Advisory Committee on Economic Empowerment and Sustainable Livelihoods. Kivuva, it's great to have you. Please feel free to pick any seat on the stage. The second person we're going to have is Okoth Opondo, who is, tumpige makofi mpaka afike, who is the founder and team leader at Campy Voices, a youth engagement platform on governance, is the convener and host of Tuko Freshi Show, which is a youth community dialogue forum, and the organizer of Twende Rwanda, an annual leadership and cultural exchange experience to Rwanda. Makofi tena. My next panelist will be Dr. Henry Paul Gishana, who is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He holds a PhD from the University of the Western Cape, specializing in fiscal decentralization, an LLM from Pretoria, postgraduate diplomas from the University of Freiburg, and the Kenya School of Law. And he works at Katiba Institute, leading their work in devolution and public finance. A round of applause for Dr. Henry. And the final panelist is Mr. Jason Braganza, who is Aphrodite's executive director and a Kenyan economist with over 10 years of experience working on international development in Africa. Over the past decade, he has focused his work on trade and regional integration, finance for development and tax, IFFs, and domestic resource mobilization, as well as poverty and inequality. He also served as the co-head and program director of tax at the International Lawyers Project, and prior to joining this entity, he was head of research at Tax Justice Network Africa, where he led its work on research and advocacy on illicit financial flows and tax justice at the continental and global level. A round of applause for all my panelists who are on this table. Now, it's really to have you on this platform today. And the conversation we're going to have this afternoon is going to be very conversational. It's going to be focused a lot on lived realities as well, and it's going to bring out critical solutions that we have to think about Kenya's debt recovery and economic justice. Remember, in the middle of all this, we need to be co-creating solutions, and that's why we're going to link this to the keynote address that has just happened a few minutes ago. And our keynote literally mentioned one interesting thing. It's very important for us to connect our debt decisions to our socio-economic outcomes. And this is in relation to the theme of the discussion we're going to have today, which is about public debt and austerity, what really is at stake for public services. And as we have this conversation, I want us to think about a few things as we begin, is to think about that for a couple of years, debt has been positioned as a tool for development. Think about it very closely. It's been a means for government to invest in mega infrastructure. You've had Expressway, you've had SGR, you've had so many other entities that keep coming up. It's also a tool for investing in health. You've heard about SHA, you've heard about NSSF, you've heard about so many other elements, Linda Mama, you name it. About education also comes into this conversation. We've heard about CBC in investments and so many other dynamics that keep coming in. It's also been a tool for investing in social protection, agriculture, and so many other dynamics. Yet, even as we keep thinking about the conversation on public debt, we're seeing issues to do with rising public debt levels. The question is, what does this mean for the country? Beyond this is the issue that public debt and how it's manifesting in our countries is intertwined with austerity measures. Austerity measures have had interesting impacts, one from shrinking public spending, to deepening inequalities, to moving to a point where we are weakening public services to safeguard human development. In the middle of this conversation, we can see that the social contract is dwindling. We can see that trust in our governments is becoming a challenge. We can see that financing critical rights-based services that are designed to ensure human development is a problem. And we're seeing so much more in marginalization. It's becoming even deeper and broader as we keep having this conversation. Now, I just want to turn to you, Jason, and begin with you when we're having this conversation, really, to really ground us and tell us what really is the implications of public debt, how does austerity come in, and how this conversation.
Great. Thank you very much, Lurit, and to the team at Okoa Uchumi for inviting Aphrodite to be part of this very important conversation. I think let me start with the frustrations that were put forward this morning, and maybe perhaps the lack of demonstration of people being frustrated. And also thank the young people in the room for accepting to pay our debts. I think Diana, Sheila, Dennis have all articulated that very well, because the likes of myself and those who are slightly older than me are going to continue enjoying, hopefully enjoying the benefits of this borrowing. And I say that with a light note, but also an element of seriousness, because that idea that the debts are being restructured or being bought back in order to be paid in the future has significant implications when we talk about austerity and investments in public services. So austerity is just a very clever word for saying we're going to move money around and not invest it in particular places. So the guys at the IMF and the World Bank use these big words to try and confuse us, to say reduce some of your government expenditure, there is government wastage, etc., etc. I think it's very important to, first of all, realize that in government expenditure, there are developmental dimensions there. Teachers, nurses, doctors, servicemen and women in the police, in the military, and so on, contribute to part of the development segment of government expenditure. Today, there are students who might be in this room, but not too far from us, who cannot go to school because lecturers are on strike. Right? That is a direct example of what austerity actually means in a very lived way. That's an education trade-off. People are missing out on learning opportunities. Their completion dates for their degrees are going to be extended. Who knows whether they'll have to be able to complete based on international standards in terms of their education. So, in a very practical sense, in a very lived way, that is what austerity actually means. And we must not always think of austerity as this idea of trying to control perceived or real government wastage or a bloated public service. The World Bank and the IMF will make you believe that that's the case. Because this is what they'll do. They'll tell you, well, you've got a bloated civil service, you've got bureaucrats who've been there forever, let's try and cut them down. That's what the IMF will tell you, and you'll be like, okay, that makes sense, we've got bills to pay and whatever. Next day, the World Bank will come in and say, oh, we've got this wonderful public-private partnership education program that we want you to deal with. So what you need to do is just divert some money from the public education sector and put it into this tax-exempt program for a international private education service provider to come in, do that service provision. And what that does is it has an impact not only in the ability for the general public to access public services or public education, which is supposed to be a global public good, but what it does is that it puts a premium on education. And when you put a premium on education, it means that certain segments of society will not be able to do that, will not be able to access that service, that public good. And that is why you start seeing the uprising of young people getting frustrated. And I always say that the best example of where the student-led movement on making a tertiary education a universal good is in South Africa. The protests, the young student unions are extremely aggressive and very, very passionate about making tertiary education a global public good for all South Africans. And I think that is something we need to learn and make sure that we always protect. The second thing is talking about diverting resources from public services like education and health. The United Nations Trade and Development Agency estimates that there are up to 7 countries in Africa, I think Kenya is one of them, that's paying more in debt servicing than it is in actually investing in education. So when you talk about the long-term development, Agenda 2030 in the case of Kenya, or Vision 2030 in the case of Kenya, or Agenda 2063 in the case of the African continent, if you're reducing your education investment, where are you getting the talent? Where are you readying the population for what is coming up in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years? Where is that education coming from? Are we outsourcing it? Are we allowing there to be a situation of brain drain for those who can afford to leave the continent to go and learn and apply their talents, skills in other places at the expense of our own continent? In the case of healthcare, the same thing. Bloated public service, let's try and reduce it. So doctors and nurses, you cannot put and fund public hospitals. You're told by a development partner, let's put together a private hospital. What does this do? It marginalizes access to healthcare services. There is an Abuja treaty where African governments are supposed to allocate 15% of their national budget towards healthcare. Not even half of the continent allocates this 15% to their healthcare budget. But instead, 25 African countries are paying more in debt service interest payments than they are investing in healthcare. Why is healthcare important? Well, if you have got a good healthcare, if somebody has access to good healthcare, the probability of them living a longer life goes up significantly. Their longevity in contributing their productive years to the labor force increases, and that has a positive economic benefit for the country, for society as a whole. But instead, what we're doing is we're outsourcing these public services to the private sector in order to pay our creditors. And this has a negative impact. I mean, the presentation, I was actually very curious. Very many young people in the room here did not sort of stand up in arms about what was being said by the individual, from the colleague from the World Bank about taxes and where it's just a matter of being creative with taxes in order to raise revenue. That is very lazy. I'm an economist. It is very lazy economics. Okay? You do not create transformation. You do not create jobs by just expanding the tax base by saying, let's think of new taxes, right? We need to change the structure of our economy. We cannot continue producing coffee, exporting flowers, and expecting us to become a middle-income country. We cannot expect us to become, rule makers if we're still exporting fish or depending on tourism as a major source of our foreign exchange. We need to think more critically. And I think what Dr. Rugo said in his keynote, it is very critical that we look at debt more than just this financial instrument. It is actually an instrument of oppression, as we've seen with the Gen Z protests here in Kenya, in other parts of the continent, but also outside, in Argentina, in Bangladesh, in Nepal. We've seen young people getting fed up of this instrument of oppression, because it's not only just an economic issue, it is a governance issue, it is a social issue, and that's how the connection around austerity comes in, because it breeds this contempt. It breeds this idea that the social contract is not being respected, because government tends to then divert its resources away from serving the social contract as it was intended. Thank you.
Great. I think it's really interesting to hear you talk about all these dynamics that keep coming up, and to even just think about the areas that are really getting hurt as we continue to cut down within our respective budgets. And even as you keep talking about it, we can see the socioeconomic outcomes that keep getting hurt again in this conversation in terms of education, healthcare, and going all the way down to even how our economies are structured. It's important for us to think about that as we keep having this conversation. And Jason, when you were speaking, you brought up an element of privatization that seems to be something that's dominating the conversation on solutions from our governments. We are at a point where we're privatizing very many entities within healthcare, within education, within social protection, within any other specific development priority area that you may identify. And this makes me just turn quickly to Dr. Henry in this conversation around privatization, really. What are your thoughts around it? What are the legal implications for it? What does it look like in this conversation? Does it continue to challenge how we access public services as well? Does it continue to challenge how we pioneer human development outcomes? Over to you.
Thanks, Loretta, for that. Obviously, privatization is something that's very current in Kenya, and a lot of privatization starts with the structural adjustment programs of the IMF and the World Bank. Earlier on, when Karim was speaking, and he said, obviously I agree with the MP, Dr. Karori, that the World Bank plays a significant role insofar as facilitating fiscal discipline is concerned and combating corruption is concerned. I don't know whether I need to respond to this at this point in time, but he mentioned something about that they do not advocate for default because, and he's not saying that because the World Bank has to be paid, because the World Bank always gets paid. And that is the problem. The problem we have with lenders and creditors is the attitude that regardless of how irresponsibly we lend, we're always going to get paid. And whatever measures we put in place, including privatization, it's targeted not at increasing the amount of disposable income that we have to channel to the provision of public services, but to increase the amount of money that is available for them to be repaid. Obviously, one of the things that the World Bank needs to do is to introspect on the list of the debts that Honorable Karoli Omondi cited here. I don't know when he was citing it, he actually understood that he was citing what we classify with Aphrodite as odious debt. And maybe I will leave all that World Bank conversation and their role in odious debt to Aphrodite and Jason to be able to pick that up when they disseminate their findings on odious debt. But just turning back to another phenomenon that involves the private sector, which is public-private partnerships. Now, I don't know how many of us had heard about or interacted with the concept of public-private partnerships before last year. One of the things which is being pushed as an alternative to our increasing public debt is resort to public-private partnerships. And the argument that is made is that public, and one of the arguments which was made last year in the height of all the Adani-related controversies is that Kenya haijaweka hata shilingi, like Kenya has not spent even a shilling. And therefore creating the impression that public-private partnerships are cost-free, that they don't come at a cost, they do not qualify as public debt, and therefore it is something that can be used as an alternative to public financing of infrastructure. Now, the problem we have with public-private partnerships is that it's hardly, let me just give some statistics, for example. As we speak right now, Kenya has 37 projects that have been implemented or that actually are proposed for implementation through PPPs. 8 of these are completed and are currently in implementation stage. 29 of these are in the PPP pipeline. Out of the 29, about half of them have been proposed and fronted for consideration through a procurement method called privately initiated proposals. Now, for those who are not familiar with privately initiated, and just one more statistics is, all these 12 projects have been initiated between 2023 and 2025. We have 37 projects, 8 are in implementation, 29 are in the pipeline. Out of the 29 that are in the pipeline, half of them have been initiated between 2023 and today through privately initiated proposals. Now, the problem with privately initiated proposals is They do not originate from any contracting party or any state department. They're not subjected to any form of scrutiny. It's just a private party wakes up one morning, comes up with a brilliant idea that Kenya needs food security, and therefore we need Galana Kulalu. Or Kenya needs a second leg of the expressway. Very obvious things. But privately submits them to a government department, which then vets the project, approves it to go ahead, and it's implemented. Now, the challenge we have with privately initiated proposals is and one of the things you realize is that for the last 3 years, when you look at the budget policy statements, Kenya has specifically singled out PPPs, and specifically privately initiated proposals, as a more strategic and sustainable way of funding infrastructure projects in Kenya. Now, when you ask yourself, why has there been so much, attraction towards privately initiated proposals, you realize that it's because it is one mode of initiating projects, funding projects, implementing projects, overseeing projects outside parliamentary scrutiny. When you look at the PPP Act of 2021, you realize that the initiation, the vetting, the approval, the implementation, the oversight of public-private partnerships that have been initiated through a privately initiated proposal are done at the instance of the executive, with no parliamentary oversight, no parliamentary approval, no involvement whatsoever by Parliament, which means that we are incurring expenditure which, contrary to popular opinion, we are actually going to be paying for. The exchequer may not pay for PPPs through the consolidated fund, but PPPs are paid, some of them are paid through the consolidated fund, but a majority of them are paid by charging you directly. So essentially what the government has done, it has foregone its future rights to impose fees and charges for public services in favor of a private party who is now going to be imposing these toll fees and charges, including wheeling charges for electricity transmission. So essentially, because they have moved all this spending from the public sector's books, and they're now on the private party's books, who is going to be dealing directly with you, you're going to pay for this. In addition to what you're going to be paying for the project fees, you're also paying for every single fiscal commitment and contingent liability that is associated with that project. At the time that the government is entering into these projects, they make commitments, they issue guarantees, they issue letters of support, they issue viability gap funding, all this from the public coffers. And at the end of the day, when these risks crystallize, these liabilities go back to the public and you have to pay for them. I give an example of the expressway. It's one of the PPP projects that we know that has actually been implemented while we actually see. Began or was launched in May, June 2022 to date. Now, how that is supposed to be paid for is through the toll fees. When you go through the road, you actually get to pay some fee for using it. However, a condition that the government has entered into with a private party is there has to be this particular volume of cars that pass there per day. Okay? There is a minimum number of cars that have to be going through there per day. Now, when it was launched in 2022, the number was about 11,000 cars a day. Over and above what you're required, the minimum, who tops up of the difference in this agreement that you've entered into? PPPs are not cost-free. They have fiscal commitments and contingent liabilities that eventually you are going to be paying for. Thank you, Loretta.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Henry. I think, colleagues in the room, you can see the conversation and how it's evolving. Jason has begun and given us a lot about the real cost of austerity measures by telling us about sectors that experience direct hits, and even giving us examples about countries such as South Africa. And then we've moved forward to Dr. Henry, who's given us literally a conversation on PPPs 101 and how they're manifesting in our country. And really, if you look at this conversation, indeed, PPPs are not cost-free. And I'd even ask further, with the people in the room, help me do this. Out of the 37 projects that Dr. Henry has been able to answer, and the 8 that have probably been implemented, which of them have contributed to development outcomes in health, education, social protection, agriculture? You name which sector it is, but think about it. Which of them has really contributed to that? And those are the kind of questions we need to keep asking ourselves as we have this conversation. Now, I want to move to you, Queen. And really, the reason why I'm moving to you is to also tie the conversation that's coming up. When we started the conversation with Jason, he talked about how the education sector is facing a lot of hits. From the work that you do, the people you've engaged, and the various conversations that you've had, do you see this happening in real life? And what are the lived realities that you've come across with regard to this? Over to you.
Thank you. First, mine is to acknowledge the reality that public universities are greatly funded, but they greatly rely on government capitation. That's a fact, we know. But we also know that in a week's time, many of our public institutions would have clocked a month strike. What does this relate to? It means that while other students are learning, others are still stuck at home. And for a reality of many of many of the students who are in these public universities, many of them come from rural areas, which means that public universities not only offer a source of education for them, but it's also a question of accommodation, a question of food, healthcare even. So what happens when lecturers are going on strike for about a month now? The other question, the question of help, for example, I don't know how many of you have looked at the current rates that we have, but one, HELB reported that the Treasury has a deficit of about 11.5 billion. So 11.5 billion has not been released to facilitate HELB. What does this translate to? About 100,000 students in institutions of higher learning, but this is further compounded by 60,000 students in TVET and other tertiary institutions. All of these, again, having not received these funds. So what does this then mean? We're continuing with the cycle of deprivation. This is a question of dignity even. As a student, if I cannot apply myself to the talent, to the skill, to the intellectual manpower that I have, what does this mean to me as a human? Where is the question of humanity? Where is my dignity? The motto for KRA is tulipe ushuru tujitegemee. But if I'm not already applying my faculties, how then ndajitegemea aje? That's a question that many of us are coming to struggle with. Again, when you look at the amendments that have been made to help, the default repayment is now 5,000 monthly. Now, although this is not a problem, many of the students that are leaving to transition into the job market are unemployed. The statistics can back this up. About 40% of youth have not entered the job market. So if we have penalties of about 5,000, bedsitter siku hizi tunalipa ngapi? 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 Sasa already default ni 5,000, hujalipa hata, utatoa wapi pesa? Utainama asubuhi, mchana, usiku alafu. Yote, hiyo ni rent peke yake, hujakula. Ati smocha ni ngapi? Smocha ni ngapi? 70 bob smocha. So you see, it's a question that goes back to, it's a circular gig. So I don't know whether I can overemphasize this fact, but tunaumia, tuko pabaya. Waheshimiwa in the room, mnatufinya, tumekanyaga shingo.
Can we now see how the lived realities come into play? From rent to what we eat daily to the various education dynamics and even job opportunities. And interesting enough, just to tie that to the conversation, is that as we even think about their job opportunities, there's been interesting statistics that are coming up about youth who are not in employment, not in education, not in any kind of formal training. And the statistics keep going higher, which means that if we keep on taking up debts and choosing austerity measures as the key solution to how we want to deal with economic dynamics, it simply means that we're literally hurting the public. We're hurting citizens within their respective areas of living, and we're even going closer to their lived realities. And still within the conversation of lived realities, I want to now bring you in, Okoa, based on the work you've really been doing a lot around civic education. You've been interacting with a lot of young people in all your dynamics. Do you see the same lived realities going on? And if you can just tell us this maybe in a minute so that everybody can get a chance to give us also other dynamics on how we can move forward. Okoth, over to you.
All right, thank you. So, what a great conversation that we are having. So, my name is Okoth, upon has been stated. I'm a storyteller. I enjoy telling stories on TikTok and YouTube, and over the past weekend, we've been arguing on what Karatina means. I was doing a story with the Mzee, and I'll tell you why I'm sharing this. So I was doing a story with the Mzee, who was just trying to explain to me what Kenya has been from the time they were in school in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. We bumped into that story of whether Karatina comes from the word Muratina or from the quarantine of the Spanish flu 1918, 1920. But what most Kenyans don't really know from the video that has been trending and people are watching these videos is that we tried covering a very long period of life. And maybe to the old people who are in this room, maybe you can tell us if this is true or not. Mzee was telling us of how long time ago the University of Nairobi was the place that everyone wanted to go to, and life was so good to the point that even if you had a letter from a doctor stating that you needed milk, you'd be given milk in the morning and the evening. And in fact, in the universities are places where you ate food that you're not eating at home. Nowadays it is vice versa, right? You are actually struggling to go back home to get the decent food. Mzee talked about the issues of hospital and how hospitals were very dignified places. He talked of transport and education in general, and how during those times, even without phones to call and like the kind of advanced transport that we have right now, children would be taken to school, but parents would trust that your child has gotten to school safe. But nowadays, even with the transport and phones, you can't even trust if the children are in school safe. We talked about the issues of crime, and I was actually asking him, was it as bad as it is right now? And he still believes that the reason as to why so many young people are in crime and gangs is because there are no opportunities. You have a huge number of people who have gone to school, but they have nothing to do as a result, because human by nature, everyone wants to survive. So they have to keep on struggling. I asked about the situation, was Nairobi the real thing? Was it like the thing that everyone wanted, or the place that everyone wanted to go to? Today, if you go to Turkana, you go to Malaba, you go to Busia, it is the dream of every young child to finish secondary school and come to Nairobi, even if just to do boda. And asked him, was it really the same thing? The answer is a very straightforward thing. Yes, it was the dream, but there were opportunities. And now the framers of the new constitution, the 2010 constitution, had this an idea, and the idea was to devolve Nairobi and make people get opportunities all across the country. Talking about everything about this, and then you just realize that we've come from a very, very, very long time, from a very long path. So let me just read something here very quick. In the name of security, and you all read this in the newspapers, that the Jukwaa la Usalama meetings conducted across 47 counties have costed the Kenyan taxpayer a minimum of 15 million shillings per event. This translates to 705 million spent over the past 6 months. You remember the Jukwaa la Usalama meetings that the CS was doing across the country, right? If you ask a common citizen on the ground, is that really what they want? The answer is usually a very big no. There's a time that Kenyans have been complaining about so many leaders that we're having in office, a lot of parastatals, something that we don't even know what they're doing. If you go to the ground and ask a normal person, what do you want? They'll tell you they need roads. Whether it is Kenha, Kura, or Kera building them, we don't even care. We just need decent roads. They need electricity. Whether it is KPLC, EPRA, whatever, you see all these things is crazy. And you remember last year, after the demonstrations, after the protests, the president made it very clear that they were going to do away with 40 parastatals. Whether it happened or not, we don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, presentation after presentation that I've had here from Diana, from Dr. Rugo, and everyone, it takes me to one quote that I really love the most from President Ronald Reagan. And he stated that the problem is not that the citizens are undertaxed. The problem is that the government is overfed. We are paying so many people in offices that we have no idea of what they are doing. And again, the other thing is also the issue of lack of priorities. When you see a whole president doing empowerment programs in State House, yet we have so many other empowerment funds cutting across the whole country, then you start asking yourself, do we really know what we want to do as citizens and as a country? Thank you.
Thank you, Okoth. In fact, don't even move away from the microphone that you have. Have we been able to hear that lived reality as well? Just Okoth, over to you again. And colleagues, we now have 4 minutes to wrap up this conversation. And Okoth, I really want to begin with you. Based on the conversation that you've been able to give us in the lived reality, what one solution do you see in this conversation? And I'm hoping that you can tell us from the lens of the social media elements that you've been bringing out. Thanks.
For me, I'll keep on sharing the things that I do on the ground. So I want to talk for a community that I visited recently that people don't really talk about. I recently traveled to Baragoi, from Maralal to Baragoi, and I shared that story, and again, I'll also be explaining why it is very important to share these stories. Maralal town to Baragoi is 106 kilometers, yet it takes 6 hours, only one bus. Along the way, our own bus was shot by bandits, and then the driver told us that is very normal. In this same bus, we sit about 35 people seated, 35 people standing, and other people right on top. This one bus is the bus that all the schools along that road relies on for food, medicine, transportation of people, and everything. Right in the city of Baragoi, the power coming from Turkana to Nairobi passes. Baragoi has no electricity. Why am I sharing this story? It is time for young Kenyans and every Kenyan to start telling stories of your areas. Maybe such kind of stories can help us shame the government and the leaders wherever they are, because they let us live lives in a way that they don't even care. In most cases, you realize that we come from places where we purport to be having leaders, but the elected leaders don't even live in these areas. Lastly, Kenyans and fellow citizens, I wish we had more time even just to discuss about these things, but I want you to know whether the Waheshimiwa are in here or not. Elected leaders are not our leaders, they are our representatives. Please stop referring to them right now as leaders, because I think they've been misleading us for a very long time. They are representatives. A member of parliament is in that parliament because all of us cannot fit in there. So we've allowed him, actually donated our power for him to represent us. And the Constitution gives us the power to remove this person when we are tired. In the next election, if you are tired of these people, please wake up. Run for these political seats yourself, because the rate at which we are heading, something must be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Okoth. I'll come to Queen. Queen, what one solution do you see in the conversation that we're having today?
Thank you. I'd say mine is inclusivity and transparency. We already have a robust legal framework. The Constitution already provides in Article 118 and 201 public access and participation in budgetary processes. So this is applied to the Budgetary and Appropriations Committee, allows students to submit memoranda. Tuko na maneno ya kusema. We need to get there, you need to hear us, we need to see feedback mechanisms. Mnatusikia vitu kwa ground lazima different.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. A lot on inclusivity and transparency. Dr. Henry, I want to move to you now. And sorry for making you only give one solution. I know this conversation would have been much broader, but I hope we can reduce it to just one specific remedy that you see in this conversation.
Thanks again. Thanks again, Lorit. I think for me, the one solution is whenever we see government for pushing specifically for particular procurement methods, for particular ways of things, whether it's privatization or public-private partnerships, we need to always, whether they have benefits, but we always need to look beyond the push and the benefits and ask ourselves, what are the perverse incentives that these policy positions embody? And how can we stand up to actually ensure that these perverse incentives are not the only motivation behind the adoption of these policy positions? Thank you.
Henry, Jason, in the same spirit, one key solution.
Thank you very much. I want to build on what Okoa has said in terms of my proposal, in terms of one solution. And as the protests last year showed, it's the streets. It's the streets. In this room, out there, we've seen in other countries, in other regions of this world, it's only the streets. We live in a world that is upside down. The rules that we thought applied do not seem to apply. The governance structures, institutions, everything that has been talked about this morning and a little bit this afternoon is on its head. People do not respect institutions. We have legal frameworks, but yet in those legal frameworks, we're allowed to go to the streets. Let us use our voices to go to the streets and make the noise that is needed, because that's the only way in which you can confront some of these things, that, especially for young people, because otherwise I will be sat here next year saying thank you again to young people for agreeing to pay the debt as us guys continue to come to Serena and hang out with Dennis, Diana, Sheila, and Dr. Rugo. So please, let us use the social media, the storytelling, but take it to the streets. That is what is going to get us through out of this. The first liberation did it, the second liberation did it, the third liberation will do it. Thank you.
Yes. I think that's a wonderful way to end this particular panel discussion. And on my end, I would just say we can see evidently that austerity measures are indeed hurting rights-based services, including education, healthcare, social protection, and any other that you see within the country and beyond. The second thing is really to just say that inclusivity and transparency is important in conversations around public debt, and we cannot go beyond where we want to be if we're not able to think about these two principles. But it's also important to think about the principle of intergenerational equity. Because if we do not think about this, then we're not able to reflect on the dynamics that come up in this conversation. And based on the work that I also do, I think one interesting recommendation I would give in this discussion is that we need to actually push for policy communication frameworks. Why? If a government takes debt, they should tell us why, where, when, what do you intend to do with it? Any dynamic that is involved in this process has to be anchored on policy communication frameworks that even tell us how they seek to include different populations. If this is not clear, there's no channel of communication that we're having going forward. So as we end this conversation, thank you very much for being our audience. Please write your questions for the open plenary that will be happening right after this. And Sheila, I know I owe you. Forgive me for this, but thank you very much for having us this afternoon.
You owe the people. Makofi sana for this panel. Na tumesema tuwapigia makofi, so let us prepare our hands. And I say makofi 1, makofi 2, makofi 1, 2, 3. Makofi, 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 makofi. Thank you so much. Please remain there. I would like to invite our partner of Okoa, Uchumi, Njeri Mwangi, who will be presenting you with some gift items over here. Karibu sana Njeri, akija makofi yake. Makofi, makofi, makofi. Haya, wanajopo wetu ambao wameweza kuzungumza leo, tulikuwa na Daktari Henry Paul Gishana, Devolution and Public Finance Lead, Katiba Institute. Tulikuwa na Jason Braganza, Executive Director, Aphrodite. Kulikuwa na Okoth Opondo, Founder and Team Leader at Camp D, Voices, and Queen Kivuva, Vice President and Presidential Youth Advisory Committee on Economic Empowerment and Sustainable Livelihoods. And the panel was moderated by Lurit Yugusuk, who's the Curator of Policy O'Clock. Asanteni sana, atuwapigia makofi moja ya mwisho. Makofi, 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 makofi. Haya, asanteni sana kwa hilo jopo, na kwa sababu wako na deni, tumesema kwamba saa 8 kamili tutaenda kula, lakini tuko na deni ya dakika 15, na hiyo dakika ningependa pia kumuita msanii. Ningependa kumuita msanii Willie Oeba. Willie is an African poet. Acha ni muintroduce alafu tumpigie makofi, si ndio? Willie is an African poet who empowers young people to fight inequality and foster social justice through spoken word. He believes that activism through art requires people to stand in the gap between what is real and what is possible, and to respond to challenges by expanding whose stories get told. He's the East Africa Poetic Battle King 2018. He's a human rights defender of the year 2021 and a Ford Global Fellow. Kindly let us join our hands as we welcome Willie Oeba to the stage. Makofi, Makofi, Makofi. Makofi, Makofi, Makofi.
Thank you. Are you happy to be here? You're here to be happy.
How many minutes does it take?
Both. I know Madam Sheila Masinde owes you something, so sita push sana. Hapa ndio unapiga makofi. I don't want to stand between lunch and yourselves, ndio? Asanteni sana. My name is Willie Oeba. I am launching my 4th album on the 12th of December pale Kenya National Theatre. Mekaribishwa sana, sindio? Asante. Thank you so much. You can follow me online, Willie Oeba. I am on a follow back spree. I'll follow you. Nikisema Okoa Uchumi, unasema wapi receipts? Okoa Uchumi? Siwasikii. Okoa Uchumi? Give it up for Koni Mziki. Give it up for Koni Mziki on the guitar. Yeah. Na pesa imepotea. Pesa ipatikani kama witness wa ICC. Pesa imepotea kama nywele kwa kichwa ya cabinet secretary wa ICT. Trappings of power ndio zina excite hawa. Vitu kama chase cars ndio zina fascinate kina Opio yule Wandai. Well, sijuzi muliona small fish akibreak the law anakujiwa, lakini big fish akibreak the law, Nurdin Haji. Na kabla uniite fellow Kenyan, I must tell you what it is to be me. Kwa society, kids die every day. In their defense, the police always have something to say. Forget about the money. Tuna spend so much time kwa barabara zilitengenezwa 3 times their normal cost anyway. The same SUVs bought by taxpayers' money are given way kwa the same roads matatus have to pay. During rain ya hii regime, the youth amekuwa 1 bullet away from being a hashtag. Talk is cheap. Fortunately, citizens cannot buy because wako $1 away from the poverty line. IBC ndio kuna price tag. Our moms wako 1 demolition away from kulala njaa to kulala nje. Huyu makanga ko 1 police stop away from kulose another finje. There's nothing to smile about when I know I am 1 stray bullet away from being a statistic. Na degree ni makaratasi tu now to put food on my mama's table through poetry. I have to be sarcastic. Nasema life ni short na siongelei kinyasa. Na account ya mwananchi ni empty kama akili ya mwanasiasa. The president is talented in the art ya contempt of court. The law is very clear. His conscience is not. Because pesa ya kisima waliiba, and that's the damn truth. Sudden death is viewed kama spoiled votes. That's the sad truth. Hakuna food, shelter, matter, clothing. Well, that's the naked truth. Mayuta wana fare kwenda job interview, politician kenye namsumbua ni mafuta ya ndege. Well, that's the plain truth. Life ain't easy, that's the hard truth. It's not about sagging. Drugs when create my wasted youth. Kwa nchi mashef hawezi afford ile food wana cook. Dom optician wanalipo hawezi hata piga look. Well, kill sin to see God atatoe tithe aje ticket ya heaven na inunului my mook. Itakuaje cry za tajiri ni intellectual lakini cry za maskini kwa masikio justice ni kelele. Itakuaje mna believe in me na nikicheza kimimi mnashikwa na kiwewe. Na effect ya nguvu ya thao inafika malinduru ya mnyonge haiwezi fika. malisha, ballot box na DSTV zinafika malidisha iwezi fika, watoto wanalala njaa juu mulikunywa na pesa ya kula na vizuri unajua pombe iwezi lika, na justice system imeamua kureverse roles. Ati sasa wanaita judge my lord, alafu God is my witness. Na walikuwa wanataka kuuza airport Si nilikuwa nadhani wanajoke wakisema Africa is our business. Huku uchumi imekuwa mbaya, inafanya youths wame belong to the streets kushinda Jehovah Witness. Huku Sakaja akitaka Nairobi work. Bro, hiyo ni priority kweli, ma youth akiwa jobless. Uchumi imekuwa mbaya, hakuna Kenya ina move. Watu wa piercing tu ndio wanatoboa. Yani uchumi imekuwa mbaya, mpaka ukifanya mabaya malipo si hapa hapa. Uchumi imekuwa mbaya mpaka ukisaidia rafiki yako pesa yako unapoteza rafiki yako na pesa yako. Jesus alibetraywa na kiss. Na nyinyi mko hapa mnajichocha juu mlipewa hug. Wajinga nyinyi.
Hapo mwisho amesema nini? Hapo mwisho amesema wa nani? Wajinga kina nani? Yeah, sasa tubadilike. Haya, thank you. Oh, Willie, thank you so much. That was amazing. Makofi ya Willie. Karabanda. Karabanda for Willie. Thank you so much, Willie Oweba. Na ametukumbusha hapo 12th December kutakuwa na album launch at the Kenya National Theatre. Now tumefika wakati wa lunch. So there are some gentlemen and ladies who are giving out meal cards, so kindly ensure you get one. But for the lunch updates, we have 2 restaurants that we're going to be eating at today. So table 1 to 9, you've been given the table numbers. Table 1 to 9 will go to Amani restaurant. Amani is directly opposite our current room. Just past the reception, Amani restaurant is there. Table 10 to 23, that is the rest of the tables, will go to the main restaurant. This is Cafe Maghreb. The direction is from the entrance, from where we are now. You move to the left side at the reception. Then at the reception, you turn left, then you turn right. So left, left, right. So those of us who are going to Maghreb, left, left, right from here. Those of us who are going to Amani restaurant, it's just directly opposite here. Bon appetit, and we will see you at exactly 3 p.m. Kwa hivyo tukue watu wa keep time. Asanteni. Bendi utatumalizia na kasongo. Kasongo yeah, mobali nangai. Kasongo ngana weo, songa libala Kasongo yeah, mobali nangai. Kasongo ngana weo, songa libala Kasongo yeah, mobali nangai. Kasongo ngana weo, songa libala Kasongo yeah, mobali nangai. Kasongo ngana weo, songa libala Kasongo yeah, mobali nangai. Kasongo ngana weo, songa libala Kasongo yeah, mobali nangai. Kasongo ngana weo, songa libala Songa libala mobali nangai. Songa libala Kasongo kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo songa libala ye kasongo ye mobali nangai kasongo ngana weo songa libala ye. kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali na ngai kasongo ngana weo songa libala One, two, three, kamata. Oh,
Dani Makomi, Dama. Olimasi umele teka bango baloba, teka bango baseka. Ezali ritma bango mokili. Okay. Magali motema, ngana kobenga yo, mama mokonzi. Mabe osalanga, ngana bosala nyoso, bena limbisa yo. Okosinga mama, nzoka yo zalaka boye gali. Sermato salaki, toko balana na yo, magali motema. Tuna Chanel Kongo, mama na yo ya motema, gali. Nalula yo lokola, nalula tala na tongo tango na bimaka. Ibala tango ebandaka basoso baloba, basoso batonga, basoso bakala biso. Bolingo siye umele teka bango baloba, teka bango baseka. Ezali ritma bango mokili. nanga konini mawa Magali motema ngana kobenga yo mama mokonzi ye Songa ye Magali ngama boko kolele na kosela yo mama Ongala nana yo Sana nyonso enalimbisa yo Magali motema lokuta na kati ya bolingo ezali tendresse mama ekomama na kati ya bible ya bolingo kobosana te kalikali osanga mwa moke mpona yoka nzoto ngali motema nalingi
Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Adafanga na yebana yo wapezenga motema énième fois. Amour rendre veuve yo vivant. Mon amour, tue-moi une bonne fois, Adolphe. Papa Naléli, réponds-moi, pardon chérie. Cimetière réservé, Liboulou, Basombi, Kavo. Famille Balembi, Kokonsolenga pour Naza mourante. Déjà. Papa Naléli, réponds-moi, Moteba. Cimetière réservé, Liboulou, Basombi, Kavo. Famille Balembi, Kokonsolenga pour Naza mourante. Déjà. Hey. Les airs du saveur. Adolphe Moteba, Gina Muena, Caraboy. Nakoma ko vivre vie nanga caché. Pour réputation nanga koma souillé. Nakoma passer même pas semaine saoulé. Pour bolingo c'est loin nanga. Adolphe ok loin de moi. M'aider. Pardon, boyo kama wae. Maman, ma vie toujours compliquée. Depuis mon tebakena, Adolphe, mi amore tu la mouina. Depuis okena na moto te, mon limona neti kanto tonanga na défaut. Mon amour salozonga. Partout na gema notuna ngaye. Bolingo tutela kitolo azawa pied. Nawa tellement triste, inconsolable. Pour l'immensité okozala yana. Kotoke bakolinga yo jamais. Nenjawa melena na beleli. Appel de détresse zolela na beleli. Nazolela Adolphe Moteba chila mwina. Awa nazama tema basi mama wa. Au nom de l'amour, je serai toujours là pour toi, babe. Mon amour pour toi est impérissable. Tu la mouina nanga Adolphe. On m'a toqué dans nos fermes. Et pas la bombe Adolphe moto te hasard. Moi la moto volée la c'est consolation. Change ta balle mais nana ya mawana efemo. Manalimo sans intérêt Adolphe. Mais pourquoi toujours m'accouplerait bonayo? À ta moto accusée comme une meurtrière. Dans la cabine à toi présomption d'innocence. Manalela Adolphe. matin, midi, soir. Naina comme abonné na fibroscopie. M'aider, m'aider, m'aider. Pardon, boyo kama wae. Ah maman, ma vie toujours compliquée. Depuis mon bakena, papa, mi amore chila muina. Belela na beleli, solela na beleli. Adolfo te ba chila muina, na pasi na mawa. Après l'heure, c'est ne plus l'heure, ça aussi je sais. Nengana yaka toujours un peu en avance. Pour la kokanga fait place nadi. Nesti na motema, muteba chila muina. Ma seule moto na yaki in avance. Na ina pesa dans le fond de trop d'amour. Mais boli-moi dans le fond, moi pour m'y avant. Boli-moi pour m'y si ma bouli. Chérie anticipé ma mort avant l'heure. Adolphe Mouteba Chara Silouvangi, avance. Chara Silouvangi, avance. Chara Silouvangi, avance. Chimène Mercedes et Zima avance. Yanene Nagoma avance. Bambana Balilinga pe avance. Bambana nanga trop d'avance. Doris Pembe. Avant l'heure de valeur. Bambana Balilinga pe avance. M'aider, m'aider, m'aider. Pardon, boyo kama wae. Ah maman, ma vie toujours compliquée. Depuis mon bakena.
Une fois de plus, ma retombée na mes rêves. Et pourtant cette fois-ci nakanaki na sala moins fort. Ya kwa souci basala nzambe qui sont de plus de détenus. Pona so ya suka ya kosala nga mabe. Rigobert Masola. Mais na mituni soki nzambe ye mai moto tiona mapapa kovo. Est-ce que c'est trompaki? Na miyokeli mawa olingo donc na investisaki totalement. Kenango. Omoni sikoyo nengo komo sala ngai dadi kulapa soki oza te na mesa nazokokolia te soki namoni yo te nazokokolala te obolingo bangambo une fois kovo na retombe na memere et pourtant cette fois-ci nakanaki nasala mo effort ya kwa susi basala nzambe question depuis le détenu Pona so ya suka ya kosala nga matete Mena mituni soki nzambe ye me moto tiana maboko ya masola eska se trompaki na miyokeli mawa olingo donkwa na investisaki totalema kenango jolo kombo omoni sikoyo ndenge okomosala ngai soki oza te na mesa nazokokolia te soki namoni yo te nazokokolala te ebolingo bangambo honorable Jolino Makelele papa Kudura Kasu le porte-parole du chef soki alivenga na beli bongo ekozala sina maboko akobo Bijanson sasirarie bobenga milas okova masola yende popi ya motema olingo ezalaka prison oyo ezanga porte bato bazokota na kati babuka kesi ya letata babuka mpe mibeko te Colette Chomba le conseiller Salomon Escandela soki endese 4 nga na kiole Thierry Muzamba ekozala se na maboko akovoe ye moto aterekli pasu na ngai akokanisa ye apertiste bariso ye moto na ngai na bolingo na ye ya tenga na bakaprice na ye ya bafricho moi je ne peux plus Legia Sassou Wamba Sassou les fils de l'autorité solaire Papa fungo na poto na tade
komi problem. So se mo fatele kilo le mono nelengi. Ya koshipe.
Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Amasuta. Ya kokare senga.
Ninele Sassou.
Ya kopini sanga. Papa fumana potona tade komi problem. So se mo fatele kilo le mono nelengi. Ya koshipe. Amasuta. Ya kokare senga. Ya kopini sanga. Papa fumana potona tade komi problem. So se mo fatele kilo le mono nelengi. Ya koshipe.
Excellence Adam Bombole.
Amasuta.
Suve salaki tango tozalaki osolola ye pembeni moto ozalaki te kakami balobaka mbele ezalaka na matoye ifalaki mpe bapesamiri maloba po ete moni maloba kitoko mele azalaki oloba ye nzoka mire ezalaka na monoko akoloba ye
Nairobi's number one dancehall DJ, Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
molimo ebuya ndenga lilie motema endima ya moapie ngana leli mobalie
Jojo Maliki na Bata.
olela na ngai mawa ya mobalie
Excellence Wivine Moleka.
oya makambo ezali nene franco abelelaki na berikaro firikula mpi abeleli basherie balobi likambo ezayaka masuka
Konzi na ngai.
Papa fumana potona tade komi problem. So se mo fatele kilo le mono nele. Ya koshipe.
This is DJ Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Minodika yaka mon amour yaka yo olongola ngai na pasi oyo kutu ya lelo na lalite motema ezobetanga ya wa problème bubulu yondela likondi protection minodika yaka mon amour yaka yo olongola ngai na pasi oyo kutu ya lelo na lalite motema ezobetanga ya wa problème nini osali ngai na zoto binodika ye na ye juste nazwi trouble simplifie nanu mwa moke ali na yo ope ya simetiere fongwani mponanga mama falai ndenge ezala nakomikomi tuna eske yoyo kaka ngai temperature nzoto nanga se 40 soki ozate medikama ya bokono nanga se présence na yo sele kanku inobokala de noble liberenga molimo binodika ye olingo na yo eleki bozitu nakoki te bino binodika bolingo soki azalaka na termometre to ordinateur Excellence Ngoika Sanji.
mobali ya Solange, boutique Sol des Anges. Idriss Koné, Gloire Musique. Alain Matingo. Nasengi yo, et là commence c'est l'amour. Nami Boma. Vision musique. Sostem Dayou. Willy Ipata. Francis Kalombo. Manuana Freco
genre la ye atabamas bazokokata définir Joseph Berthier.
Melanga yasta basala itina maipe na mabele kasi na mélange ya l'huile pe poussière ya manzaka ya pédicure ya 4 êtres vivants.
This is DJ Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Aris Mutos, Aristote Mutombo. Ezozanga 3 vitesses na parcours ya ebale et accéléré po ekoma isika nzambe aboma formule beauté na ye. Naza pièce unique, nkombo na ye sta. Hasta soki azalaki mpembeni ya croix ya Jésus Christ alingaki kobelela ta eli la basabatani
alingaki ofixie regard pe ya lobi hasta tu es très belle et pire kati motema
mokumbi ambulance soki akuti hasta lare akoluwe taxi
po atia malade amemaki po amema bebe ilal
atika ye na destination po moyebebisa lo mpusu ya bebe ya shwepte hasta kituma ye soki ngungi apike ye na kopo mai million d'abeilles sango ekende ye pa ya bamoustique bayeba ke hasta azali intouchable
maman nareda ye
oh maman mama ye
Okay.
Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Laurence Okoko, Kaya Musha.
Hasta ya shweb za masala yo kitoko boye
mama na reda yo za matiero ezanga na mabele poso ki bakundi moto apola te maina après 3 siècles Boli Michel Moulomba Chantal Luemba Kitumba, Jenna la gazelle pleine de grâce. Ngoya 15 ans à coco, humain à 15 ans à mineur. L'amour n'est pas question du temps, na seconde moko à conquérir. Et ton union c'est amour, t'es Maya Choueb Bilal. Fatima Choueb, le fruit d'un amour. Mente Kitumba, Pati Kitumba, Régis Mafuta, Rose de Paris, Panaïan. Batemwe bazala kite na mituni solo tokabwani mikolo mibalenga na kama.
This is DJ Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Zabola ye kokabola biso amekepe aleisa yo mama zele olandi mabe eva sala. Somo, vertige salinga zele motembe ziki makilenzo tesompani molimo ekomi kaina kaina. Mama Pia batela kabana.
Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Batemwe bazalaki te na mituni solo tokabwani mikolo mibalenga na kama nasala nyonso mpo nazwa yo zabola ye kokabola biso amekepe aleisa yo mbuma zele olandi mabe evasala. Somo, vertige salinga zele motembe ziki makilenzo tesompani molimo ekomi kaina kaina. Mama Pia batela kabana. Mama batemwe bazalaki te na mituni solo tokabwani mikolo mibalenga na kama nasala nyonso mpo nazwa yo zabola ye kokabola biso amekepe aleisa yo mbuma zele olandi mabe evasala. Vertige salinga zele motembe ziki makilenzo tesompani molimo ekomi kaina kaina.
This is DJ Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
Nalingi nayeba soki tolingana nalingi bayeba basusu basala zuwa zele motema na ngai wa bolingo ebongi yo deside amu motindo wana zele batela mibeko nga na kopesa yo soki obebisi lelo bango baseka na madilu bayinanga mingi na quartier tina nini basalelanga na yo likita bosoba. Martin Samba na Mafa Virgile nalingi nayeba soki tolingana nalingi bayeba basusu basala zuwa zele motema na ngai wa bolingo ebongi yo deside amo motindo wana zele.
I Nairobi's number one dance hall DJ.
Kamata mama na mabina. Nalingi na yeba soki tolingana, nalingi na yeba basusu basala zuwa, sele motema na ngai wa bolingo, ebongi yo deside
Yoka Misiki. This is DJ Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
De mi amor, tes petits frères te rendent hommage. Lucas Yambongo, Butamai, Mafebia, Salon Gabriel, Carlos Telecel, Boss Matuta. Et pas wapi bomona babeta penalty sans gardien biyangoyo matata ya mwasi na mobali sila tena mokili mama oh mama
You want some? Come get some.
likambo nini nzambe osala biso mibali tosalelaka basi bango baliyaka balataka biso mbula mobimba pantalo moko na nzoto ye ngai mwasi oya konyokolo ngai mwasi nzamba pesi ngai etumbu nabotaka basi bandeko banyokoloko bana ya bato nayokaka motema pasi bandeko oh mama oh mama 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 atata ya mwasi na mobasi la tena mongili mama 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 oh mama 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 oh mama
Anye Franco Entertainment.
Alibala na bino olobaki nini olobaki ngai nafundaka yo na mobali na yo olobaki ngai nasalaka kisepe na libala na bino
madilutika ngai na kanisa lwambo franco na afrika mpe mokili mobimba bakokanisa ye na courage mpe na molende tolanda ndakisa na ye
ngai moto nakotelaka yo mamu eyeye ngai moto nayebi basekele mamu eyeye lelo nakomi moto mabe mamu eyeye oyebi ntango engindaka mamu okokanisa ngai mamu nakeye ata ofingi ngai ndumba mamu ye
nandimi ya solo mabala ezalaka nde na ntango ya baparent na biso telemaki materialisme se ekoti na mito ya bato mpe na mitema makambo nyonso ekomi mpe kotambola na mbongo mpo na nini boye mamu yango kobalaka nano ntina nini mama
eloko nini okoluka o mamu eyeye eloko nini okoluka o mamu eyeye signature sioswa mamu landa nzela ya libala o mamu landa nzela ya libala o mamu eyeye yango ebandisa yo na poto mamu eye oyebi ntango ekindaka mamu okokanisa ngai mamu nakeye ngai moto nakufelaka yo mamu ngai moto nayebi basekele lelo nakomi enemi jireo mamu eyeye oyebi ntango enindaka mamu okokanisa ngai mamu nakeye ata ofingi ngai ngomba mwanakeye
This is DJ Anye Franco Entertainment Doctor.
yoka misiki te mario 10 ans après ochangea te mwana mobali oyo lelo makambo lobi makambo nalembi lelo bitumba lobi koswana nalembi naboyi bitumba lobi koswana nalembi naboyi bitumba lobi koswana nalembi naboyi kobebisa ndoto na manzaka nalembi mario nalembi kende papa na bayeyo mario nalembi
madilu system merci na message oyo grand maître atikelaki ozali kointerprete me ngai mpe nakobakisa boye bajeune botikaki macro moto fo alia na motoki na ye fo ozala na sens ya responsabilité na la vie non
akubetenga na suwa mama akobetenga na suwa mama akubetenga na suwa epai zuwa ya lokuta epai zuwa ya biloko akutaki ngai na yango likambo moke mosala komuna biloko na ndako asomba mario na
soki yo mobali okomi kobanga kozwa mokumba
Pour des mi à mort, tes petits frères te rendent hommage. Lokasa ya mbongo, Butamai, Mafebia, Salon Gabriel, Carlos Telecel, Boss Matuta, epai wapi bomona babeta penalty sa gardien biyangoyo matata ya mwasi na mobali sila tena mokili mama mama oh mama 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 oh mama likambo nini nzambe osala biso mibali tosalelaka basi bango baliyaka balataka biso mula mobimba patalo moko na nzoto ye mwasi oya konyokolo ngai mwasi nzamba apesi ngai etumbu nabotaka basi bandeko banyokola bato nayokaka motema pasi bandeko oh mama oh mama 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 matata ya mwasi na mobali sila tena mokili mama 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 mama
Franco Entertainment Doctor.
nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Na tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Nairobi twakomboa kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Mombasa twakomboa kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Hey! All right. Viva Kenya, viva! Viva Kenya, viva! Let me see your left fist in the air. Viva Kenya, viva! All sovereign power. Hey, yeah, yeah. And who are the people? Who are the people? Who are the people? Nataka, as the people, I want us to rise up on our feet. I want everybody in the room to rise up on our feet. We need to shake off. Rise up on our feet. Tafadhali tuweze kusimama. Yes. Let's be upstanding. Now I want you to march like this. I want you to look at me march, and I want you to do the same. Like this. I want you to march as if you're marching to fight corruption. Let me see you. You know, this is how you're going to beat the economic debt. Let me see you march like this. Let me see you. Let me see you. All right, band, let's go. Let's go. All right, let me see you. Tunasema tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri. Twende tusonge kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Nairobi twakomboa. Nasema kwa siasa nzuri, sio? Tuanze tena. Nairobi twakomboa. Hata Mombasa tutafika, Kajiado twakomboa, hata Kilifi tutafika. So kimaliza unasema kwa siasa nzuri. Hey! You know, it means victory. Haya. Nairobi twakomboa, hata Mombasa tutafika, na Kilifi twakomboa, hata Busia tutafika. Hey, tutasonga kwa mapinduzi, Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Uchumi twaokoa, uchumi twaokoa, na Kenya twakomboa. Uongozi bora tunaleta, tutasonga, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote, tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Viva Afrika, viva Afrika, viva Afrika, Afrika, viva Afrika, viva Afrika, oh viva, viva, viva Afrika, viva vijana, viva vijana, oh viva vijana, oh viva, viva, viva vijana, viva wa Kenya, 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 oh viva, 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 viva Africa, viva Africa, viva, oh viva Africa, oh viva, viva, na tutasonga kwa mapinduzi, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote, tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya. Haya, sasa anguka nayo, 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 anguka nayo. Haya, one leg, 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 one leg. Viva Africa, viva Africa, viva Africa, viva Africa, oh viva, viva. Viva Kenya, viva! All sovereign power, all sovereign power. And who are the people? Who are the people? All sovereign power. And who are the people? Nikisema Okoa Uchumi, mnasema wapi receipts? Okoa Uchumi. Nataka muoneshe wapi receipts? Okoa Uchumi. Muuliza mwenzako, Okoa Uchumi. Okoa Uchumi. Okoa Uchumi. Okoa Uchumi. All sovereign power. And who are the people? Who are the people? And the people shall. The people? The people? Asanteni sana, we can take our seats. Haya, na ningependa kumwita mwenzangu ambaye atatusaidia katika ratiba hii ya mchana ya leo, Kidia kutoka Oxfam. Nikisema makofi 1, makofi 2, makofi 1, 2, 3. Makofi, 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 makofi. Karibu.
Asante sana dada. I'd like us to go straight into the program in the afternoon. I'll start by inviting Diana just to introduce us to the Okoa Uchumi team. And after that, we are going to have a discussion on the domestic debt debate. And I would like all of us to be very active in that. Tunasema nini? Hashtag what?
Wapi receipt?
Wapi receipt yawa? Wapi what? Wapi receipt yawa?
Receipt yonge.
Oh, receipt yonge. Okay, mimi niko bro-based. So we are going to have that discussion, very important discussion, because we've learned today, for those of us who've learned today, that the debt stock that we have in Kenya is increasingly becoming domestic, and we need to address those issues. So we love discussants, and Ms. Wangari is going to help us in that discussion. Then after that, we are going to have a very interesting awarding session for some of our creatives that have been doing a lot of work in the area of advocacy. So please stay with us. Tutakaa hapa hadi kesho. We will try and keep our time, but in the moment, whenever an idea is mentioned, something interesting, please ensure you tweet. We'll be putting here the best tweets, na tutakuwa na awards for the best tweeteries. So Dana, your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okoa Uchumi. Okoa Uchumi. Receipt onge. Okoa Uchumi. Thank you very much. When we started, I'm sure you're wondering who is Okoa Uchumi. Okoa Uchumi is convened by TISA, but there are several people. We are usually over 20 technical institutions, and tukiongeza association, we get to over 50. So I will request members of Okoa Uchumi, including, nimeona founders wengine wametutembelea leo, which is a very good thing. Members of Okoa Uchumi, all teams, we Bajeti, Oxfam, Inuka, USLA, TI, Kenasvit, Kenamas Pipu, NEET, Haya, I thought all people in the room were Okoa Uchumi. TI imeitwa social justice centers, USLA. Angela, comrades ni USLA na Waswa, Neo. That's the correct name. Please stand up wherever you are, members of Okoa Uchumi. Have I left out anyone else who is in the room today? Christian Aid, Action Aid, Inuka are standing, Bunge Mashinani, KHRC, Kenya Human Rights Commission, naona walisha simama, tayari. IEA founding members, said GG, all the way from Nakuru. CG, Budget Watch Global. IPF, are you in the room? Okay, these are the members of Okoa Uchumi who are in the room today. This is the team that has prepared the interim findings, and we've been together for many years, growing. Now, we all agreed you're supposed to sijui mkuje hapa tupigwe picha? Oh, sorry, I've been told we'll do that after this. I just wanted to indicate that this is a team behind the report. Many conversation, part of their work and their advocacy, their research outputs, their experience over the years that are being strengthened by the city experience of Okoa Uchumi, especially your side where there is no table, there are tables with nobody. Haujendea Sheila, haujendea, we are many. Thank you.
Asante sana, makofi kwa Diana. I've just seen my friend Kwame. Kwame, the last time when I met Kwame, I used to be his size. Right now, I am 10 times his size. So I'd like to ask the panel members, kindly take to your stage. Yeah, austerity measures, Okay. I need to employ some austerity measures. So we'd like to invite the stage our panelists, starting with Mr. Kwame, but I'll leave that job to Madam Wangari. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Thank you very much. How is everybody doing? Okay, it's wonderful to be here. My name is Wangari Mwekia, and I am a public finance management specialist and managing director of Expertise Global. For those who don't know us, we are a public policy institution in Kenya, supporting government at the national and subnational level, generally on public policy and specifically on fiscal governance. Now, our session today is domestic debt in Kenya, balancing economic pressures, political choices, and sustainable solutions for the future. And our work today is to unpack how economic pressures, political incentives, and institutional choices shaped Kenya's 6.3 trillion domestic debt, and how we can move toward a more sustainable and equitable solutions. I think we will ask our discussant today, Bwana Owino, Kwame Owino, to come and give us a few words, very brief. I've been told we have 30 minutes, which is, I don't know how, for the whole session. So yako ni 2 minutes. No, we can't listen to you for 2 minutes for more. So please take the stage, Bwana Owino. He's the CEO of the Institute of Economic Affairs, I believe. I'm not sure. Where do we, is it here or do you have something you wanted to present? Okay. So please welcome to the stage Mr. Kwame Owino, the CEO of the Institute of Economic Affairs. Makofi tafadhali.
Fine, so thank you very much for the kind introduction, and congratulations to TISA and Okoa Uchumi for this conference. You know, when I heard that as a discussant, I thought I'd be responding to what somebody else says, but this is what we are where we are, so I'll say 3 things. In the year 2016, the government of Kenya, or rather in 2017, you all remember a difficult election in 2017. The budget was read because of the constitution. The budget was presented. Okay. Okay, in 2017, there was elections in August, and the budget was read in June. And sitting at the Institute of Economic Affairs, the deficit, which is the difference between what government was spending and what the revenues were close to 1 trillion shillings. And I remember, for those who remember, I was very active in Twitter then, as it was called. I just went, wow. 1 trillion shillings in 2016. So here we are today in 2025, about 9 years and a bit later, and we're discussing domestic debt. Or rather, we are discussing public debt in general, but domestic debt components of it. So Kenya has had a public debt problem that has built up for a long time. It didn't start yesterday. So that's point 1. Point 2 is that public debt in Kenya, of course, has 2 components. You have the external debt, which perhaps you've spoken about, and then we have the domestic debt. And each of them is usually presented as a solution in itself. So in that same year, 2 years before, you all remember that we had the first Eurobond, which was presented as, look, Eurobond is an indication of the confidence that global private institutions have on Kenya's economy and the economic prospects going forward, and interest rates were supposed to be low. Now, those interest rates were about 9% on the dollar, not low by any chance, by any estimation. But nevertheless, that's what was claimed to us, 6.75 plus another 1.5, coming down to about 8.5, and that was supposed to be low. So that's the second thing. What it tells us is the government of Kenya shifts between public debt externally and internally. But the public debt problem of course, at that time it was argued that interest rates domestically was about higher than 10. So for that reason, obviously, the external debt seemed, on the basis of interest alone, to be much, much cheaper. So it brings me now to the question about domestic debt. Domestic debt, of course, is, some people say it's debt we owe ourselves in the sense that it's Kenyan institutions and individuals lending to the public sector and then over time, of course, picking back that money, which is also true, but the domestic debt in Kenya tends to be very expensive. So imagine somebody lending you 100 shillings and asking you to pay 15% on it every year. Remember, it's not 15% for all time, 15% every year. That's a lot of money. Actually, some of the highest in other parts of the world, except for people that have had broken economies. So we come to today. The IE a couple of weeks back launched something we call the public debt counter. We also call it the public debt clock, which is a second-by-second count of how much debt is being run. So if you look at it, and it's available online for those who'd like to have a look at it later, it's telling you that today we have about, I looked at it just before I came in here, close to 6.4 trillion of 11 is domestic, and then about 5.8 or thereabouts is external. So most of the debt that is owed by the Republic today is debt we owe ourselves. So that's the domestic debt. The domestic debt problem, therefore, is one of government borrowing without restraint. Interest rates are high. But I'll end by saying what the effects of domestic debt, which makes it even more difficult, in some way difficult, is this. In the last quarter before this, the last quarter that ended in June, for every 100 shillings that was available for collecting, government was borrowing almost 40 of it. In other words, the rest of the private sector was sharing the rest, all that, and most of public debt, most of debt domestically was government borrowing to pay other debt and then to kick the debt into the future. So we cannot discuss the public debt question in Kenya without speaking about the domestic debt and government's behavior. And it's easy because government issues almost every 2 weeks 24 billion worth of debt. 24 billion every week, every second week. So that's quite a bit of it. So part of it, of course, pays others, but at the same time, there's new debt and the interest rates that apply. So as I end, one of the things I'd like to say is it's our responsibility as Okoa Uchumi and all other Kenyan citizens to realize two things. Whenever people talk about debt, and this is where, I don't know whether this is the right place to say this, something that's not politic, debt choices are not about IMF and World Bank. We have to stop lying to ourselves. So that's one. Who makes debt choices? Some guys who are here in the morning called members of parliament. That's where debt choices are made. And those are the people I tend to speak to anymore. I don't want to speak about World Bank and IMF and all those other things. It's easy. And the second one is, right now, if you discuss the public debt question as a problem, and it is, you have seen the Cabinet Secretary for Finance has just issued a statement in which they're saying they managed to swap external debt so that the debt that was owed on account of SGR to China is now going to be denominated in the yuan or the Chinese currency, and therefore saving some money, and it's substantial. The majority of the debt is domestic. There's no swapping that's going to happen there. So only two things can happen. Either government defaults on it, or you and I continue to pay higher taxes to make sure that we catch it up. So on the domestic debt side, I think that the external debt is also not being solved. It's just being pushed forward. But on the domestic debt side, I don't think government has tools or the courage to bring that to a halt. And you and I perhaps will have to do some work pushing them to make sure that there's sensible. And the way to start with that is that the Constitution gives nobody but Parliament the responsibility for controlling how much government spends. And that's where we should start. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think fantastic setting of the scene. We will now call the other panelists to come and join us so that we can discuss this important topic. So Professor Ongeri from the University of Nairobi. He's a senior economist and macroeconomic policy consultant. Please give him a clap as he comes to the stage. CPA Dr. Patrick Mumo, member ISPAC, Public Policy and Governance Committee. Please give him a clap as he comes to the stage. Bwana John Kinuthia from Bajeti Hub, please come to the stage. Eve Mathai, Regional Coordinator, Nairobi Eastern and Central Budget Hub, and Budget Talks Global Co-Founder. Please come to the stage, thank you. Steve Akoth from KEPSA, and Bwana Wino, who's already at the stage. Thank you. Please give them a warm round of applause and welcome them to the stage. Okay, I will start right off in the interest, oh my goodness, we don't have enough seats. My goodness. I think someone can sit on my seat, I'll just stand here. All right. Okay, so let's begin the discussion, and I think we'll start with diagnosing the problem. And I want to start with you, Professor Ongeri. Let's start with the big picture. Kenya's domestic debt has crossed over 6.3 trillion, right? And interest rates are very high, above 17%. Much of this is in treasury bills, which have shorter repayment timelines, keeping KRA's hands in our pockets. What is driving this growing dependence on short-term borrowing vis-a-vis long-term borrowing in the form of bonds? And how is this shaping inflation, which is an increase in prices, liquidity, which is availability of cash, and economic growth?
Yeah, thank you very much. You have asked very nice questions, and I've listened since morning. Indeed, the kind of presentations that have been made here simply define the kind of situation that we as the Kenyan people are. In fact, the gentleman who gave a keynote address more or less spoke what essentially I have in mind. You know, domestic debt, as my brother said, has now taken over the public debt situation in our country. I've been involved in this scenario for very long, and I've involved the parliamentary relevant committees, and each time I have discussed with them the essence of effective debt management. And this has been there, and I'm happy this gentleman, we have worked together in trying to analyze the situations, both the budget issues and the domestic debt. Now, you have asked, you know, the question as it relates to some macroeconomic variables, or what?
Yes, so the question is, what is driving dependence on short-term borrowing?
Yes,
specifically?
What is it really? Why do we, why, you know, I'm a teacher and I like standing. You were talking, I saw, there are many of my students here, so I'm not in class today, you know how we do it.
You can stand, but don't take very long.
Yes.
You know, professors like to talk for very long.
Yeah. Now, just one point, simple. You know, if you look at some of the macroeconomic issues, they are both endogenous and exogenous. Exogenous are those external factors. Like now in Kenya, simple. We are, you know, we don't have a good name. Negative rating, that's number one. Number two, the volatility of the exchange rate. So that means that I have to do what? To come home, you see? And that's why borrowing domestically has become much more easier for us. It's simple as that. If I explain further, I'll be in class.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a really important point, because thinking, I mean, even domestic debt, you know, we can break it down in different ways. And if you're thinking about short-term versus long-term, why are we also keeping KRA's hands in our pockets and the government's hands in our pockets by having this short-term borrowing through treasury bills, right? And I think you had a really good point on that. So, but turning to Dr. Mumo, turning to fiscal management, debt repayments now take up almost half of government revenue, right? Domestic debt forms the heaviest burden of repayment, as we said, at 53.5%, could even be higher if you look at the debt count, right? How can Kenya strike a better balance between repaying debts to local investors, to local lenders, and funding key services like health and education? What's the trade-off?
Thank you.
Is it working?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for being here. I represent ISPAC. I think the question of debt is a bit complicated for Kenya at the moment, and especially when you look at the domestic debt. Because one, this money, as Kwame has ably put it, has been borrowed from Kenyans. And you need to check who are the highest domestic debt holders. These are the banks, they are the investment schemes and all that. So if we were to talk about the route of default and restructuring, it means that there will be a lot of internal disruptions within the economic system, because this is money held by financial institutions in Kenya. But then looking at the question of spending, it cannot be right that debt interest is the single largest charge on our revenues. And this is the interest charge, not the principal repayment. And I think right now it's projected at over $1 trillion. And you look at how much revenue you are collecting about 2.5 ordinary revenue. So that means that more than 50% is already ongoing debt interest alone. But I think the most important question is, where is the money that has been borrowed? And that's where we need to start focusing on. This money is borrowed to spend on what? Now let's look at the components in our domestic debt. We have the budgetary support, we have the infrastructure support. I'll lean a bit on the infrastructure support first, because under the Constitution, we are told that 30%, all the money borrowed should go to development expenditure. Now the question is this money going to development expenditure? Now, in the current budget, what has been proposed for development expenditure is 721 billion. We will borrow more than 1 trillion. So that obviously means we are not spending what we are borrowing on investments. Then we go back to the structure of these projects. Everybody in this room understands that most of the corruptions happens around the infrastructure projects. So you have a road infrastructure that ideally in other jurisdiction will cost 10 billion. In Kenya, it will cost 30 or 40 billion. Now that money is borrowed to go to that infrastructure, because when we borrow against the infrastructure. So it means that probably what will have been returned on investment has already been siphoned through the padding of the corruption. And that now pushes us to the return on investment on what we are borrowing. Basic accounting and reporting tells you that every investment that you make should bring positive NPV or returns. Now what has been stolen has already stolen the return that we expected from that. But then move forward, let's look at the budget absorption. While we do a 4.2 trillion budget, at the budgeting stage, we seem to balance the budget between development and recurrent. But once it comes to the absorption, you can check across the national government or the county government. We are absorbing less than 20% of the development expenditure. So it becomes the first victim when it comes to absorption. So technically what that means is that we are borrowing money and putting them in places where there are no return on investments. Now that eventually pushes the pressure on revenues, because now the revenues you are collecting revenues against a return that don't exist. So that now we get into a debt cycle, so you can only now borrow to fund more budget or to repay what you have borrowed.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting, even thinking about the balance between domestic and external debt in terms of investing in infrastructure, but the money staying in the economy, but still the government is still having to pay a larger percentage into the domestic economy. And so there seems to be some sort of trade-off there, where yes, you're repaying, but the money stays in the economy, but still there's not enough to finance health and education, other services in the budget. So I think it's an interesting thing to consider. And if I can take it now to Bwana Kinuthia, at the county level, the effects are just as visible, right? How are rising domestic debt pressures, specifically from domestic sources, playing out with delayed transfers, and how does it affect service delivery in the counties? Is there a particular effect or trade-off of domestic debt in this area versus external debt?
Thanks, Wangari, for that. I think one of the things that has been the most common feature of our televisions and governors is those press conferences where governors come to complain they've not received their disbursements. I think that has become a common feature, and then the next day the National Treasury takes a whole page in the local dailies to say that's not the case, right? But this is very connected, definitely, to the challenges that we have with debt. And if you look across the years, one of the things you notice is the very slow start to disbursement to counties, and then really picks up in the third and the fourth quarters. In fact, we were doing some numbers with my colleague Cuba, and one of the things that we noticed is if you look at 2022, 2023 as an example, counties got 47% of their resources in the fourth quarter of that year. Right? So that gives you a picture of the implication of that. And that has consequences, right? So the consequences are then that whatever work plans you had, whatever procurement plans you have, then they are thrown up in the air. So for the services that counties have to provide, then they have to go through this interesting process where they have to reprioritize or think all over afresh on then who do we give the little money we are getting first and who has to wait in queue. Then when we come to the fourth quarter, which is something that has come up from Dr. Mumo, then you have this huge amount of money that has come in that then you have to spend very quickly before it appears as underspending in the reports that come after that. So that, I think, is a challenge that definitely rarely many people don't think of it as this is caused by the very huge debt repayment that we have to deal with. But that also means that there's something in our fiscal policy that is falling apart. If you look at our domestic debt as an example, because that's what we are talking about. If you look at 2024, 2025, which is the year that just ended, we revised the target of our domestic borrowing from 840-something billion shillings to over 1 trillion shillings. Now, why did that happen? It happened because the deficits that Kwame spoke about have become a permanent feature of our budgets, of course, but there's an additional element to it, which is the fact that even when we have a certain deficit at the beginning of the year, within the year, throw in a couple of supplementary budgets into it, that deficit actually grows. So where are we going to get the additional money to fund that additional deficit that has come in? The domestic debt has become the fallback plan. Right? If you look in the very same year of 2024-2025, our tax collection, we revised the estimates downwards. Our external debt collection, we actually revised the estimates downwards. So where did we revise it up? On domestic debt. So we actually revised our domestic debt target and how much we actually collected of it by 45%. Now, what that tells you is we are realizing within the year that our fiscal policy is not sound enough on our estimates of the revenue and expenditure. And so we have to react to it. And the reaction is, why don't we rush to the domestic market and borrow a bit more? The thing that we shouldn't forget is that that also happens to be very expensive debt. Our domestic debt has been quite expensive. So when all that is playing out, counties are waiting in line for their money. So I think as we think about the fiscal decisions we are making at the national level, we have to think of that nurse in the Timboroa Health Center who is waiting for money. But these bad decisions that we are making at the national level are affecting whether she's able to provide services on time and adequately as well.
Okay. I think that's quite interesting, and I think it also, you're bringing up that thing of, is domestic debt good or bad? And maybe that's a question that we can answer later, in terms of how the money is retained in the economy. But Ms. Mathai, I'll come to you, because civic participation remains crucial, right? Bonarugo had talked earlier about some of us who have been in this game for a long time, and back in the day, we never used to really be as active in terms of government participation participation in the budget process. But for me, it seems like these days there's a lot of interest. And in fact, if you look at the people here, a lot of young people very interested and knowledgeable about the process. But there's this narrative around civic participation and opportunity for that shrinking, because we saw with the Gen Z riots and we saw the effects that happened, the police brutality, missing young activists, etc. And so a crush on participation. So my question is civic participation shrinking? And how do citizens need to communicate in particular to domestic lenders? Let's not talk about the IMFs and the World Bank, particular to domestic lenders, around how to think about and how to engage in more, participatory lending or more informed lending from a civic participation perspective.
Thank you so much, Wangari. Good afternoon, everyone. I think first and foremost, it's quite important to ensure that the general public is sensitized on how domestic borrowing is affecting them before we even start interacting with the lenders. Because most of the time you'll find that citizens don't understand the implications on domestic debt. And this, we need to make the correlation between that and how it affects their ability to live in dignity. For instance, when the government is giving out T-bills or the bonds, how does that concern us as small traders, as normal citizens? Once they have that information, they can be able to advocate for their county governments to ensure that this is done the right way and without compromising their ability to access quality services. So first and foremost, I think civil society has done a great job. Although we've been focusing a lot on public debt, I see a growing conversation on domestic debt. And this is also very rampant in other African countries, both regionally and also globally. There are certain initiatives that are hell-bent on educating the public on debt sustainability. For instance, there's a global initiative called Climate Debt. They focus on encouraging governments and also international development partners to cancel debt that is essentially affecting nations' ability to employ climate action. So that, if you want to be a part of that, it's a very active movement that is going on across the globe. There's also the Jubilee Relief initiative that Uganda and Ghana benefited from, basically where governments and also the international partners were encouraged to cut. So those nations were able to redirect money meant for paying debt or settling debt into social services. So there are very good examples that are going on there. There's also Okoa Uchumi that has been very hell-bent on doing that. But also local banks need also to be sensitized, because when government is giving out the T-bills and the bonds, they will prioritize giving the money to government as opposed to regular citizens. So what happens? You, me, your neighbor, we are not able to gain access to inexpensive credit. They want to give government the loans because they are going to get a higher rate on interest, right? So we end up not being able to access money to grow our businesses. So I think it's good to have that conversation with the local banks and have an incentive to ensure that they are prioritizing local treasurers, MSMEs, when it comes to access to affordable credit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think, yes, the point around the maturing of the conversation from a civic perspective on what is the particular thing, what are we discussing about with domestic lenders about domestic debt and its particular effect on the economy. But then let's bring in the private sector view, Bwana Okoa. How is heavy government domestic borrowing affecting access to credit, investment and job creation? And what is the role that KEPSA can play in shaping a more predictable fiscal environment? Because a lot of your members are the people who are lending to the government.
The bigger it's true, some of our prominent members are actually the ones who are lending to the government big time. But the vast majority of our members are also victims of this. Remember, the financial sector is what the basic productive sectors really depend on to borrow. And this has dried up. If you see from 2016, when the government began increasing domestic borrowing, you can see in the agricultural sector and in the manufacturing sector, which are the primary productive sectors, and the hospitality sector, the availability of credit to these sectors has been dropping 14%, 15%. And that is indicative of how much they're being starved of credit. The availability of credit to the productive sectors has slumped because of this. And the government, of course, is borrowing from the domestic market because of the pressures from the external borrowing is facing a lot of pressure. There's a bigger push to borrow locally. And that local borrowing is actually lucrative from the people who are lending to the government, like the banks, which are the major players in this. It's quite lucrative for them. When they compare, when a bank compares earning 15%, 16%, 17% in lending to the government, compared to lending to real estate, for example, or lending to a manufacturing concern, for example, or a hotel, you can see the risk that is there in actual productive sectors. And this one, I've not even mentioned SMEs or even mid-sized companies or businesses which are even having a bigger risk profile. So you can see as a bank CEO, as bank directors, you are more likely to lend to the government. So you are collecting, mobilizing savings from the economy and lending all this money to the government. Therefore, the availability of funds to the productive sectors is shrinking. This leads to a vicious cycle in that the lack of access to credit is leading to starvation of the productive sectors, which leads to defaults. Now, defaults lead to a higher risk profiling because now the banks are more cautious, given that CBK is saying these sectors are not provided, they are defaulting, is threatening the stability of the banking sector. So the appetite to borrow, to lend to the productive sectors even dips as a result. And this is something that the government must now come in and ease the pressures that are there. I could speak more on the broader risks that are there. For example, we saw the Gen Z protests that were there last year about the finance bill. But other countries have faced even bigger problems. We've seen countries in Asia that have faced even bigger problems.
Yes.
If the productive sectors are not supplied with credit, if the economic growth is slow and the job creation is suppressed, then we are facing a much bigger risk than just the debt profile.
Yes. I think that's a really interesting point. And I think building on that, Banawino, I think maybe I'll ask you this question because it is being the running question. Is domestic debt good or bad?
Well, if you think about it, yes, of course it has to, right? It depends on what its effect is. So if you get to the point where government is actively competing with and winning against private sector borrowing, private sector who employ people, who create goods, and who pay it taxes by having to spend that money today, then you can say it's a bad thing. And I conclude, I'll have to say this, there's no way we are getting out of this treadmill of government borrowing, displacing private sector, and then because it's displaced private sector, tomorrow's jobs and tomorrow's revenues are not available, so it simply goes out there and raises a new finance bill raising that money until government disciplines its spending. Because government is also not borrowing just for its sake. It's borrowing because it has this big development plan or whatever borrowing plan and spending plan, and it wants to spend it. And the people who can bring this circus to an end, because indeed it is. We can go round and round and round until one day somebody gives up, and you know what happens when the cards unravel. When everything unravels. So Parliament really needs to discipline the Treasury. Not everything that government wants to buy, like now distributing 50,000 shillings per ward in the country, like that would make a change to your lives and mine. Someone just needs to come and say, look, stop this. Just stop this. Unless that difficult decision is made, and the people who have the constitutional responsibility to stop it, bring it to a stop, is Parliament. The Treasury, provided you give anybody a credit card to spend, nobody has ever failed to spend on your credit card if you give, or whatever, nobody. And that's what we give, or let me say that's what we together, or Parliament gives to the Treasury, and then tells you guys, sends you the bill. What is this? Coach Uchumi was asking about the receipts. Maybe we should have another one where we say, okay, government spends and says, send the receipts to, send the bill to to you guys, right? So someone who can do a song should do that much, much better than that. But we really need to bring this circus to an end. And you cannot blame banks as well, because let me say what banks do. If you're a bank and you're sitting there, and you know that if you lend to Kwame, for instance, and I say this with respect, I have had the good fortune in this country of having worked for 21 straight years after I left university 2 years later, before. And yet, if I went to borrow money from, say, the same bank that government would be buying would be sending treasury bills to, that manager, who might be my counterpart, would be silly to lend me that money because he doesn't know whether tomorrow I'll still have a job and all those other things. So they're not lending to government because that's the only thing, because they want to. It's because the risk for an individual relative to the government, because they know what government will do. Even if they don't think government will have money tomorrow, they'll do another finance bill. And they know if it requires them to beat you up to pay, you'll pay. Do you guys see? So the incentives are stacked against us citizens. We really have to get parliamentarians to wake up and stop this circus. Thank you.
So the buck stops with the leadership. So I had an hour for this session, but then it was cut down to 30 minutes, very sadly, so I'm not going to be able to ask a second round of questions. We did talk about a lot of the challenges. There were some solutions that came up, and I really, really thank you all for being here. I think one parting shot that I would like to give, because I'm unable to now reopen this, is actually, domestic debt, the macroeconomics for Kenya are looking good, right? Everybody talks about strong economic growth. Our inflation has been controlled. CBK has been really working hard on that. Our ratings have also improved. But is that translating to us on the ground? Bank loans are still very expensive, right? The cost of goods and services is also still going high. Even though our macro inflation is managed, the CPI is also still increasing, right? So there's a lot of fundamentals that every day unemployment is high. So how is this trickling down? The macros, are they trickling down to the micros, to us, you and me on the ground? So that is the question for us. And how do we then mobilize domestic debt to be able to respond to the situation on the ground? So with that parting shot, I thank you all for this fantastic panel, and I hope that everybody will interact with you with additional questions going forward. Thank you very much. One last thing is I think the debt counter is going to be
let it be on.
Is on the screen.
Yeah.
So please engage with it, and Bwana Wino and his team will be happy to answer any further questions.
Let me request you to stay put. We do a quick plenary for the panel. For 10 minutes. Anybody with a question or a comment, specifically a question. So I'll pick these two here and there. So help me kindly. Roaming mic. Or I am the roaming mic.
Thank you so much. My name is Anushata Nabire from Henet, and my question goes to Professor, I forgot the name. As Kenya, how can we personalize accountability system? A system that we don't just target or account to the government in Atutesa, to the real culprits that are in government, because we have seen the constitution is not helping us anymore, and even the laws are not helping us. And it's so unfair to see the culprits being busy with their investment, yet we are having 6,000 women dying in the hospital while bringing life because of lack of equipment and commodities. It is so unfortunate that doctors have to chip in their pocket to help patients, and it's so sad that 16 million individuals are at risk of hunger. When did food stop being a basic needs? Where are we heading? Can we have a system where, because if at all the same debt are making, we are losing people because of those debt. Why can't we have a system, even if it's about death sentence, then let it be.
Very much. Maybe 2 more questions and then we pass to the panel.
It was kindly the gentleman. Yes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Kisero Junior Kennedy Otieno, standing on behalf of Kenya University Student Organization, KUSO, and Youth Advocacy Africa. I think today I'm leaving this room as I've fallen in love with the Okoa Uchumi. Can you please clap for me? Thank you so much. Since morning, I've heard about debt, economy, loans. Today I've been in a real economic class, and I think, Professor, I should enroll one in your class. But I think everything that I've heard, the buck stops at governance and leadership. That's why I stand as a youth leader, as a Gen Z, to make this comment. Wherever we are going at this particular point in time, we have 4 commandments. 1, please have an ID card by 2027. 2, have a voter's card. It is only through the voter's card that we can be equal between these borrowers and us, the bill payers, as Kwame has said. Number 3, the 3rd commandment, please have a useful brain come 2027. Number 4, let's leave our emotions in the house while going to vote in 2027. There has never been a good pastor who has been a good leader. For me, I don't have a problem with the person on top. I have a problem with the parliamentarians, just as Kwame has said. These are the people who are giving the credit cards to the treasury. These are the people who are giving us the bills to pay on their behalf. And I want to call upon all the Gen Z. Chukueni kura jamaa.
Asante
Thank you
sana.
so much.
Moses, the commandment giver. Asante sana. The gentleman here, and just let's be precise, kindly.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Oscar Kinaiti. I work with the Big Talk here in Kenya, in Nairobi. My question is to Kwame. Should Kenyans, what reforms could make domestic borrowing cheaper without stifling private credit? And how can Kenya balance between local and external borrowing to achieve fiscal feasibility? And I'm asking this because when the 2010 constitution was formed, the borrowing cap was placed at 55% at GDP. But currently, we pay 70 out of the 10 shillings, we pay 7 shillings towards debt, and then 3 shillings towards development and all these things that we do. So how is it possible for government or even parliamentarians to come up with a law to make sure we have a cap of where we can't go ahead? Because we don't want to be in a space where Mozambique is, that the debt to GDP ratio is at 120%, meaning the top 20% is actually money they do not have. So meaning healthcare is affected, education is affected. Yes,
thank
that's
you.
my question.
This side,
One last one?
Yeah, last one. Then maybe we can do one more round. Don't worry.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
My name is Tim Luke Odhiambo. I'm a business person. Yeah. So my question goes to the panelists. One, how does the domestic debt align with the Vision 2030 development goals? My question is being drawn to the reason that we have a development plan and we say that Kenya is developing under the Vision 2030. We all should be aware, those who are taking development plans, that we were supposed to have an expressway from Mlolongo to Bonje in Mombasa County. But according to some research, we hear that the panelists from the Ministry of Treasury and Economic Development Plan declined the PPP that was to aid in the development of that road from the expressway, from Mlolongo to Mombasa. And I hear that the plan is stalled, and because it was supposed to start from Q1 of 2026, it is not going to happen. So, but we continue borrowing. So why are we borrowing and we don't see things happening in the ground? Thank you.
All right, we'll answer that first round of questions, and then we'll go to one more round. So there are 4 questions that we have here. I think the first one is to Professor Ongeri. Are there constitutional protections against debt misuse? And the follow-on on the micro effects of debt, fairness, equitability, accountability. What can we do?
Thank you very much. The issue here is accountability, which you raised. In actual sense, accountability is critical to public debt management, just as simple as that. However, you know, how committed are we? How committed are we to see that we are responsible? In other words, there is Parliament, which my brother has interacted, and myself, we have kept telling them that you have overlooked Chapter 6 of the Kenyan Constitution. And my sister, you know, Kenya is assumed to be a country of laws. So we may not now say, Ongeri is supposed to have done this, and because he didn't do that, he needs to face debt like other places anyway. So what is important when I listened in the morning is us as citizens to rise up and interrogate why is money borrowed and where is it, you know, allocated. And I'm very happy with what has happened over the last actively 1 year. 1 year, you just know that everybody, none will say is the only one in Jerusalem who doesn't understand that people are concerned, where is my money? What are you doing? So what we need to do, Kwame, we have that public, public debt office in the Treasury. It is as good as debt. There is nothing. Because that office has the responsibility to know this money that was borrowed, where was it allocated, who, you know, like now, I'm sorry, you know, you see my students who are here, you know what is happening. We are singing, we need money. You know that, you know? It's a shame. There is money, but because of lack of accountability, and that's why you saw even the, you know, the Minister for Treasury saying he has there is a confusion between SR something. So that confusion within the Kenyan system, and particularly the leadership system, is the cause of why you are seeing babies dying.
And that's actually a very good segue to the question that I want to ask
Yes.
that was addressed to him in terms of leadership.
Yes.
So if you can I pass to him?
Yes, yes.
Just to talk about, there's a question around where does the buck stop? And in terms of election, People, I know that I remember they were saying they are going to take our IDs as millennials and Gen Xers. But how do we make a difference? How do we get the right people in the right places and for them to make the right decisions?
To be honest, I shouldn't advise you about politics.
Are you running for?
No, no. But let me tell you what I do. I think regardless of who you elect, they have to know and do their job. So for me, I think that the present parliament and the one before it and the one before it are actually the people who are mostly responsible. A parliament that cannot say no to a treasury with a big basket of expenditures is going to land us in these problems again, regardless of their age and that. So for instance, a couple of weeks back, the president said that members of parliament take money to let governors who've been accused or who've been impeached to go away and stuff and that, right? And members of parliament were very angry. And they did not say that we are clean, they simply said, but we've also, done you favors, right? I enjoyed that fight, but I wished it was deeper. No, really, because the moment, whenever those guys sit together and they tell you that we are coordinating and we are working together, they are working against you, the taxpayer. Because they're distributing your cash into the future. So the point for me is Parliament needs to understand that they're not brought in there to be flower girls for the presidency or the executive. I'll finish with this. And it's not just about rules, it's about people obeying the rules that exist. So it's not, I disagree with anybody who says the Constitution doesn't work, because the Constitution provides guardrails. If you look at the Public Finance Management Law, it says, the medium-term strategy says that the policy, the deficit should be 3% of GDP. If you take today's numbers, it means Parliament should have, and this is Treasury committing itself, that we will never borrow more than 3% of GDP for every year. If you look at the numbers for this year, that borrowing should have been about 460 billion shillings. We are going to borrow 1 trillion. Somebody needs to pay. It's as if in the same way, somebody needs to be asked, how do you have rules that have already been set, and you're bringing to us 3 times as much, and you still expect us to approve it? Somebody needs to be... So the point again is, the Constitution is not failing us. It's giving us the right... It's as if you have a lamp that's showing you this is the way, or a map, but you decide to follow a different way, and then you say that map misguided, you shouldn't follow it. So let's ask in 2027, are you prepared to follow the laws as they are stated, or not?
I think, and just a quick one, I think, and you answered the second question in terms of how do we make domestic debt cheaper and what are the controls in place. I'll ask Bwana and briefly Mr. Okoa to just answer quickly before we go to the last one.
Okay. There's 2 points I have to bring out, and these 2 points are critical. One is to government, where government is the National Treasury and the Ministry of Trade, and the other one is for the civil society. One, the government of Kenya, this is for the civil society. The government of Kenya is a bureaucracy. For it to implement recommendations, there has to be a committee or a team that is set up and has a plan of action and timelines and meetings and tracking of implementation. If this is not there, if this is not put in place, based on my experience, because KEPS has been engaging government for a long time now, those recommendations are not going to be implemented, even if they are agreed upon on a round table. My challenge to the civil society is the voices and the views that are desired need to be channeled through working sessions with the relevant government departments. There are already committees, working committees that are achieving a lot through the auspices of the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the National Treasury. You have to channel these ideas into formal structures for implementation. Structure is very important. Without structure, my experience is that all good ideas are not going to be implemented. The second point is for National Treasury, and I have to say that Treasury, the National Treasury, especially over the past 1 year, has really done a lot of work and showed a lot of capacity in terms of stabilizing the economy and improving the business conditions. That one it has. But to solve the national debt problem, people have spoken about cutting of debt, and KEPSA has working sessions for working with the government to fold unproductive programs and departments in government. And this is based on, because I contribute to that particular committee, it's going to take quite a bit of time. It's the right thing to do, but it will be very slow. To solve the national debt problem in Kenya, painful things have to be done. And one of these painful and courageous things have to be done. They will be painful to everybody, government or private sector, the public, it's going to be painful. And one of them is that the Kenya government has to renegotiate and reprofile the public debt. It has to negotiate for a haircut or both external debt and local and domestic debt as a way of immediately bringing down this burden. This requires a lot of courage because it's very, very difficult. And there are a lot of risks there. The World Bank mentioned some of those risks early in the morning today. But this one has to be done. All the other initiatives are not going to have the big bang impact on the national debt.
Okay.
A renegotiation has to be done, and that requires a lot of skill, a lot of courage, and it involves risk-taking for the country. But there are countries, even in Africa, that have done it successfully, and that is the only thing that, if I will say on an 80 to 20 rule basis, this is one of the 20 that yields 80% of the results.
Okay, and so clearly an entry point for you, Ms. Mathai, in terms of civic participation, and then I think narrowing it down even to how domestic debt is affected, I think is a real entry point. One last quick point.
Okay, quick one. One on the Vision 2030 and the debt. Vision 2030 died with Kibaki. It only exists in theory. We know when Kenyatta came, first 5 years, there was no plan. We moved to Big Four, now we are under better. So in theory, we have Vision 2030. In practice, it really doesn't exist. So there's no connection between long-term planning and the current systems. I think for the civil society, and this is more of action point, is trying to find solutions around this. One, I think one of the biggest challenges, and there's a conversation around it right now, where the civil society can be very active, is on the issue of standardizing debt contracts. Now, if you look at the contracts that we have signed in Kenya, we have contracts that government has no way of exiting. We have lost billions on penalties and fines, and there is no accountability on the people who sign those contracts. So people commit government, they borrow money, they exit, there is no accountability, but the public is left with the debt burden to carry. And those of us who check the statistics, Galana Kuralu went down. It went down with 6.5 billion debt. There was a debt of 6.5 billion. Now there's another arrangement of 12.5 billion. We saw last month, I think in June, the Rironi Road, 6.2 billion went down on cancellation of a contract, and there's no accountability. And maybe the last part, and I think it's for all of us here, I don't know how many of us have tried to go to politics in Kenya, because we blame politicians until you're on the ground. I tried in 2022. It's a nightmare. The citizens themselves are a nightmare. Trust me today. Just lift up your hand and say, I want to be an MCA, I want to be a member of parliament, and you see how the voters will react. I think we cannot solve this problem without solving the problem of the voter. The voter has to change and know that the money that is being distributed in political campaigns, it comes from somewhere.
So it's a supply and demand issue. It's for the leadership, but also the voter who is voting for the leadership.
Yes.
Can I ask you one last parting shot? We will not have another round of questions because of time, but Bwana Kinuthia, can you just give us a parting shot around the Vision 2030 and the alignment, and also the question that was brought up in terms of we have a Vision 2030, but every election, new president, we have a new plan, better. What is the solution, and how do we align better?
Thanks. The solution will take another 30 minutes, starting with the lamentation of. I think one of the things, and speaking up from where Dr. Mumo stopped, so Vision 2030 and all its pillars envision certain long-term thinking around how development should look like. But there was no expectation that all that was supposed to be achieved by government on its own. So I feel one of the challenges that we have in this country is how do we let also the private sector play its part in the achievement of Vision 2030.
But now, of course, I hope you're listening.
And one, I am always persuaded that one of the challenges that the Kenyan government has had is making a decision on whether the government wants to be in business or supporting the business environment to work so the private sector can work. If we don't make that decision, it's a philosophical one a bit, but if we don't make that decision, then we have Vision 2030 that is carried by the government, and it ends up in this very small projectized kind of thinking along the way. So that, I think, is one thing that the government has to make a decision on and kind of get out of the way of the private sector to play its part in achieving those pillars. The last one is we either have very bad negotiators that negotiate our debt, or we just don't seem to have a very clear picture on what we want to negotiate for. When we are borrowing, and we are borrowing because we have this long-term vision, whichever the way we define it, if the negotiations we have is of debt that is short-term and expensive, it then means that we very quickly fall into the line of we have to pay debt, it falls due quite quickly. And then that means that whatever we are trying to invest in is not giving us a return that helps us to settle that debt. That affects future commitments. I think somebody in the morning mentioned the fact that now we started doing this securitization of things and basically commuting futures revenue to spending that we are doing now on kind of a plan that is not very clear how long-term it is. So how we negotiate the terms of those debt contracts, if we had to get into a language of long-term thinking, which is what we like speaking about Singapore and others, we have to completely change how we think about what we are borrowing, what terms we are borrowing it against, and secondly, how do we make sure that government gets out of the way of the private sector so that they can play their part in achieving a long-term development goal.
Excellent. And I think on that note, we will close the panel. We want to thank you for being here. Everybody, please give them a round of applause. I think we're going to take one final picture, and then I'll hand over to the MC for the next session.
Thank you so much. Tarus, Betty, ninakuomba tafadhali ukuje this is the gifts here. Thank you so much, Wangari. Thank you so much, the panelists. Mr. John Kinuthia, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Budget Hub and Public Finance and Decentralization Specialist. Makofi kwake. Another round of applause for the one famous Kwame. Another round of applause for my Professor Ongeri. Actually, he taught me in class. Maybe akumbuki, but he was in our economics class. Thank you so much, Prof. And another round of applause for Prof. Tafadhali. Yes, and a round of applause for CPA Dr. Patrick Mumo. Tupigie makofi Eve Madai. And Professor Benedicto again. Thank you so much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a photo, a group photo. So meanwhile, as we are taking that photo, ninaomba, all of us, can we just get our phones? I want us to do just a small reel. I want you to record this screen. Can we do that together, kindly? Just take a short clip of this. And then go to Twitter or X and just type Wapi receipts. Are we doing that? Are we doing that? This is crazy. Just look at your money. Someone is munching your money, guys. Huh? Can we do that? Thank you, IEA, for this wonderful platform. Yeah, we are taking a reel. You can also take a video of me. I'm very famous. Yeah, I'll give you clicks. So at this particular point, I'd like to invite back my co-partner, in this. We want to go into a celebratory mode, kidogo, and celebrate people. But as we are doing that, I have a question. Is there Mr. Maurice Mushemi? Is Mr. Maurice Mushemi here? Still here? He left? Yeah, so we had someone from the expressway. He said he wanted to have a right of reply about the expressway. So next time. So all the questions, we will continue having these discussions, but because of time, Sefu, over to you.
Thank you so much. We'll move to the next session, which is the Okoa Uchumi Awarding Creatives Guide. That is the Okoa Uchumi Awarding Creative Guide. And there are 4 categories. The first one is the category of spoken word. The second one is the category of the illustrators. The third is the category of fine arts. And the fourth is the category of filmmakers. Before we go into the awarding, I will invite Cuba Houghton from Budgeti Hub to issue a remark on this and to set the context. Cuba Houghton. All right, as Cuba is coming, tumpigie makofi. Moja, mbili, tatu.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Cuba Houghton. I come from a great organization called Budgeti Hub, and I think you've already heard from 2 of our representatives today. Oh, sure. And I have the distinct honor of introducing this year's edition of the Creative Competition. And the Creative Competition is an initiative by Okoa Uchumi members to kind of get around this idea of how do we better communicate the issues that we've talked about today. We've talked about deficits, we've talked about social services, we've talked about GDPs. So we thought that how can we go about better communicating the problem and the matters at hand so that the problem can be understood by both the professors that are on the stage, but also the women in the villages that we all come from. And so last year we launched the Creatives Competition at the Data and Anti-Corruption Citizen Assembly, where we had 38 entries in 2 categories, which was spoken word and fine art. And this year we introduced 2 more categories, which is mobile films and illustrations, and we received a total of 83 entries, so quite a significant number of entries, more of which were actually women this year, which was also quite encouraging. And under this year's competition, there were 4 themes. So the first theme is debt is not my portion. And this is a bold critique of how public debt can steal from the present and mortgage our future. The second one is every problem is a budget problem. I think at this point we should copyright that. I don't know if Vicky Bet is in the room. But this is a lens into how budgets are at the core of socioeconomic progress and a lot of the issues we face as Kenyans. The third theme was Voices Under Siege, and that's to reflect the growing threats to civic space and expression and peaceful protest that we've witnessed over the past few years. And finally, fees must fall, speaking to the state of the education sector in Kenya today. So I'll be brief. So before we announce the results and the submissions, I'd like to thank first all 83 entrants. It was a thoroughly entertaining afternoon that we spent with the selection committee led by Mulai, the comms lead at TISA. And though some of you didn't win, some of you won our hearts with the very interesting submissions. Lastly, I would like to thank the selection committee, which had members from Budgeti Hub, the Kenya Human Rights Commission, Badili Africa, TISA, Hummingbird, and the Institute of Public Finance. I know they're not all here today, but we'd like to thank you for your contribution. So that's essentially it from me. I think now we'll get a chance to actually see some of the submissions, starting with the spoken word. I think we should be good. I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cuba. Makofi kwa Cuba. Makofi, makofi, makofi. No, makofi 1, makofi 2, makofi 1, 2, 3. Makofi, makofi, makofi. Makofi, makofi, makofi. Thank you so much, Cuba, for setting the context of the categories. And now we will move to each of the categories. There are top 3 participants per category. We're going to see the video, which will show the nominees. And then when I say give it up, you say 4. Give it up. No, you need to win our hearts. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. All right, we'll watch the video and then we can give it up for the winners. In the category of spoken word, I think, all right, we'll wait for a minute. Band, can we have the wimbo wa mapambano play as we wait? Ikusa? All right.
Gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. Welcome to the Okoa Uchumi Creatives Competition 2025 nominations, where art meets advocacy. And now, the nominees for spoken word. Gladys Mwakasho.
I'm a corporate thug. Stealing is my way of life, and I'm here to take it all.
We will feed you confusion like
Simli kata kupitisha finance bill.
Kenya haiwezi support free education.
Affordable housing.
You need a room for improvement.
Healthcare is all we care.
Sports docket, hatuingizi mchezo.
Government policy, ushuru. Yani, correct terms, but kazi ni kupiga tu nduru.
Goal ni kusteal every department.
And paralyze each and every institution.
We don't care about the constitution.
Edwin Wekesa.
Person in the country. We thought overtaxation itakuwa over, but now it seems it's a forever thing. Prices kwa ground zina hike every time massive zinashindana mashindano za hiking. Sukari sasa si tamu, ni chungu. Uchungu wa mfuko aijuae mwananchi, lakini adui wa nchi ni ufisadi. Ahadi ni deni, lakini it seems sawa viongozi wetu wameshindwa kutimiza ahadi. Saizi wanatucheza karata za kadi, wakituambia tulieni, na ni sisi tu tunalia. Our president cries for help because public debt is becoming a disaster, while our leaders wameziba masikio hawasikii vilio vya brothers and sisters. Kwa ofisi wako busy wakikopa, not knowing every cent borrowed is another story. Story told of plans postponed, dreams deferred, potential denied and future compromised. Public stories hazifurahishi, wanashangaa ni vipi kila mtu ako na deni hata wale hawaishi. The situation is very fishy, but ironically hata hiyo fish wengine hawafford kudishi. So tell me how...
Wanjera Hezro.
Mkenya, pambana! Time ina fly. Na Daily Nation ni propaganda za orezo kwa flights kujaribu kuland jobs kwa youth. Nation ni sick, hata doctors wako mgomo. Hakuna budget ya kulipa doctors, but kuna budget ya unconstitutional CAS at a cost. The Star News Bulletin. Mwakenya ni leakage kina Karemi wanatumia kupass exams za history. Yenye stories za kina Ndudhu, Karari zimepigwa njama na kuarrest kama role ya women kwa Maumau. Guy, mwadhani wa Igoro. Hata wale walikuwa kwa scandal ya NYS bado wako kwa government offices wanaan. Meru alichagua governor wakidhani atapiga Kawira, but sahi hakuna mwangaza.
Lakini sahi hakuna nini? Sahi hakuna nini? Mwangaza iko hakuna? Hakuna? All right, I would like to call up Frederick Otieno from Oxfam, who will be awarding their prizes. Frederick Otieno from Oxfam, who will be awarding their prizes. Frederick, karibu sana. And in third place, in the category of spoken word, give it up, give it up, give it up, Wanjera Hezron Ruriga. All right. In the second place, in the category of spoken word, give it up, give it up, give it up, Gladys Wakesho Mama. Gladys. And in the first place, in the category of spoken word, huyo tutamfanyia Karabanda. Karabanda. Signora. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Edwin Wekesa. Tutasonga kwa mapinduzi, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya. I'm singing for you to come on stage and get your awards and get a photo. You will stand right there, right next to Frederick Otieno. You'll receive your gifts. Tafadhali kujeni nyote. Tutasonga kwa siasa. Let me see you clap. Na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Nairobi tumefika, Nairobi tumefika. Wasanii wakomboa kwa siasa nzuri, wasanii wakomboa kwa siasa nzuri. Tasonga kwa mapinduzi, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Kenya na wananchi wote. Kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakuwa uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu, na haki ya jasho letu. Makofi kwa spoken word. Karabanda. Karabanda for spoken word. Hey, Karabanda. Karabanda for spoken word. Thank you so much. The next video will play for the illustrators, for the category of illustrators.
Nominees for illustration: Deborah Adanje, Eric Mohandia, Emma Michelle Wanjiku, nominees for illustration.
All right, those are the nominees for illustration. There's a video that needs to play on illustration as well. Is it ready? All right. Band, you can give us Bella Ciao as the video is.
And the nominees for illustration: Deborah Adanje, Eric Mohandia, Michelle Wanjiku.
Okay, I will call Immaculate Modhoni from Hummingbird, who will be awarding the prize. Immaculate Modhoni from Hummingbird. Makofi, 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 Makofi. Thank you so much, Immaculate. Now, to the winners in this category.
And the nominee.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. In the category of illustration, coming at third place, we have Deborah and Danje. Give it up for Deborah. Alfajiri. In second place, in the category of illustration, give it up, give it up, give it up, Emma Michelle Wanjiko Jenga. First place, Makofi, 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 Makofi. All right, give it up, give it up, give it up, Eric Mohandi. Chiri, Milizim Duka, Bella Chow, Rini Bella Chow, Chow, Alfajiri, Milizim Duka, Nikampata Vamizi, Wazalendo, Miondo Sheni, Bella Chow, Rini Bella Chow, Chow, Wazalendo. Let's clap with the song. In the category of fine art, the video for the category will play next.
And the nominees for fine art: Collins Moremi Mutembe, Ogada Benjamin, Iyanda Mboki,
All right, for the category of fine arts, I will call up Joanne Achieng from Induka, Kenya, Nisisi, to award the prizes. Karibu sana, Joanne. Makofi ya Joanne. Karabanda. Karabanda. Karabanda for Joanne. Karabanda for Joanne.
Congratulations to
all right. Okay, congratulations to all of them. So, in third place, give it up, give it up, give it up, Ian Dambuki. Hey, makofi ya Ian jamani. Band, tupatie ndaya. All right. In second place, give it up, give it up, give it up, Collins Morimi Mutembei. And in the first place, give it up, give it up, give it up, Benjamin Ogada. Makofi kwa hiyo team. Makofi. Makofi. Asanteni sana. So now we are in the last category. This is the category of mobile filmmakers. So the last category only had one acceptable entry, which was excellent. They built up, so it was excellent. There were a couple of issues from the other submissions, such as the access for request and also on the submission. So invite Grace Award from the Houston band. Yani, you don't want to dance to this as Grace is coming.
Congratulations.
Kijana, you'll have to be careful. Sasa. Very careful. Yes.
We are not going to be silent. No more silence. No more silence. No more silence. No more silence.
Sio na shida sasa. Pelekeni vitu pole pole na mimi nitafanya kila kitu sasa. Wacha niende ofisini, nitapatana na mheshimiwa na nitamweleza kila kitu sasa. Tunashukuru. Tunashukuru. Tuko chini yako.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
Your name is Letitia.
That's true.
Yes, you are under arrest for leading unlawful protests.
What do you mean under arrest? We talked to the local authority about this.
You have the letter?
Of course, I wrote to him a letter.
Okay, you will explain it later. Let's go.
This is not fair at all. Why are you doing this?
No, you will explain it later for leading unlawful protests.
And the winner is Willis Otieno.
Give it up for Willis Otieno. Hey, give it up. Karabanda. Let's go. Let's clap. I'm on the run, and then I take a stop. I had to run like a fugitive to save the life I live. I'm gonna be iron like a lion in Zion. I'm gonna be iron like a lion in Zion. Iron, iron, Zion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the winners. This comes to the end of the award ceremony. And just to mention, there was also a prize category. There was some cash prizes that went to each of the winners. So everybody in third place receives a cash prize of 20,000 shillings. In second place, they receive 25,000 shillings. And in third place, they receive 30,000 shillings. Makofi sana to all our winners. Karabanda! Karabanda! For the winners, for those who won our hearts. All right, all right. So now it is my pleasure to invite an artist as well. An artist who is coming all the way from Naivasha. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Palma wa Vasho. Makofi kwa Palma. Palma wa Vasho.
Yeah. Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! Viva Tisa, viva! I go by the name Palma, poet. I am a spoken word artist. I use art to advocate for social justices. Now, I'm so happy to be here. Last year, I was among the winner. Kama wenye wameletwa hapa in category of spoken word, I'm so happy. Yeah, so my first piece is called Mr. Politician. And as they said thing, the band, are you ready? The band? Okay, as we wait for the band, I want to thank Nashukuru sana TISA kwa hiyo opportunity yenye wanatupatia sisi kama creatives, kwa sababu kama si watu kama kina TISA hatungekuwa penye tumefika. Viva TISA, viva! Viva kwa uchumi, viva! As we wait for the band, maybe I can give you an a cappella. Sindio? Nina ndoto polisi hata kula hongo juu OCS ashakuwa kibogoyo. Nina ndoto hatutakuwa na heavy traffic kwa highway ndio tusijam. Nina ndoto hata maisha ikikuwa mzito kaa nyundo sita hama mtaa. Nina ndoto hata tukibonga kuhusu performance poa ya mheshimiwa atakubali tupumue. Nina ndoto tutaform timu ya mpira na tuiite Kenya FC na hatutataka za macho kao nana ndo tucheze mpira. Nina ndoto dereva hata endesha gari ka hajakunywa county juu hii speed governor ni kaa scam. Nina ndoto hata kaa niko na deni Yesu ameniokoa. Nina ndoto hata kaa naishi keja haina stima najua future iko bright. Nina ndoto hatutakuwa na rich and poor class. Nina ndoto nitasave ni buy area ndo nipate hizi ma connection. Nina ndoto juu hii constitution sisi kama Gen Z tumeichambua ka setbook, so hawa watu wa masuti hawawezi to set back. Nina ndoto hii peace itafikia MCA hata kama hizi words ni tricky sana. Nina ndoto. The band, are you ready? The first piece is called Mr. Politician. Koni muziki.
Mr. Politician, Mr. Politician, Mr. Politician, politician, hey, Mr. Politician, Mr. Politician, Mr. Politician, eti sisi tumechoka. Sisi tumechoka kudanganywa.
Mr. Politician amekuwa so unfair juu anatu overtax. Vitu zimetaksiwa hata huwezi afford bei ya kubebwa na taxi. Gavana run hii economy na sisi tunaendesha kuhara. Juu bei ya mafuta iko high na imetuacha na depression always tuko high. Imetushikanisha kama super glue, ile design hatuwezi pata hata any clue. Na mwananchi wa kawaida ndo wanazidi kuadhiriwa juu after all wadhulumiwa ni sisi. Juu mheshimiwa kazi yake ni kukula, difference ya yeye na sisi ni ati yeye na drive na sisi tunaendesha kwa matumbo. Sisi mayouth tuna work hard kwa streets, yeye ana work hard kutuibia. Na tumejam juu ya high cost of living na yeye matime huona jam ni akipaka mkate na jam. After elections time hii huona mheshimiwa ni akibebwa na hama na kazi ni kutubeba tu mafala. Mr. Politician najua siku kuchagua kwa radio juu most of time na kuonaga kwa ndege on air. I think corruption pia ilikuwa agenda, ni venye hamkuandika kwa manifesto. Tulikuvotia tukidhania hatutawahi pata kiongozi kama wewe anywhere, na saa hii jina yako na corruption iko everywhere. So sijui ni nani anafaa kuona optician juu walai kazi yako sioni. Nasikia siku hizi unalala kwa 5-star hotel na kwa grao star yako ni starless. I think hiyo kitambi uko nayo ni ball juu umekuwa ukituchezea karata Mr. Politician. Na kitu wewe huo na fight ya bungeni ni uongezewe mshahara na umetujengea barabara nusu. na kitu wewe unaongezaga ni kilo, badala uongeze makilomita kwa mabarabara. Na huko CDF watoto hawana uniform, na hivyo ndio imebidi wasare masomo. Mr. Politician, karibu Kenya. Karibu Kenya, hoya tumerudi siku za Yesu, siku za Zakayo. Hoya hii gava inataka kukamua ng'ombe maziwa yote, na ng'ombe ako karibu kukufa. Kila siku tukiamka ni tax. I think ndio maana mheshimiwa siku hizi anaitwa the tax collector. Waheshimiwa wanasemanga wataleta maendeleo, na maendeleo wanaletanga ni ya kutenga tu. Tumetenga hadi tukachoka. Mkenya ni kama hana uhuru. Juu mheshimiwa peke yake ndio huwa anaendelea tu, na kila siku tukiamka tunapata huyu mheshimiwa ameanikwa hadi kwa Taifa Leo juu ya kupora pesa za umma. Shida zetu sisi wote ni mingi, lakini shida ya mheshimiwa ni venye ataongeza kitambi yake. Bungeni na shuku kama ni motion ya high cost of living ama ni debate ni ya venye mtongeza vitambi zenyu. Watoi huko Baringo wanabebwa na maji, wakati njaa inastaafu huko Garissa, na kazi yenu ni kukula tu pesa za umma. Sisi vijana ndio wakombozi, gavaisi to misuse, juu viongozi ni wale wale na tabia ni zile zile tu. Si hadi nyinyi umechoka? Si hata nyinyi umechoka? Tuimbe pamoja.
Kwa pamoja tuimbe, ndio? Twende. Mr. Politician. Woi. Mr. Politician. Mr. Politician. 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 Woi woi. Sisi tumechoka. Sisi tumechoka. Sisi tumechoka. Tumechoka kudanganywa.
Thank you so much.
Ndio last man standing. I'm still standing. I'm happy that you all are. Thank you so much for staying on. We're about to finish. We're getting to the end of the program. So after the creatives, and we've really enjoyed those presentations, haven't we? Viva creatives, viva. More power and creativity to them, more power. Yes, we pray that they continue utilizing that talent to speak truth to power. As we near the end, I want to invite Angela Wangeshi. Angela and your team, the people who are reading their communique, because we want to leave this room having made a statement. Is it you, Viron? Or uko na team yako? Kuna ma boys, ma girls? Wakuja wasome communique. We want to see the recommendations. We've been talking about things, what needs to be done. We want to hear a summary of it in terms of from here. Where do we go from here in terms of the changes or the solutions we want to see to claim back our country?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Please turn to your neighbor and say, hi, neighbor. Everyone looks, and you're about to get excited, right? So I'm going to read the official communique from Okoa Uchumi. And if I do state your organization, I just want a bit of a shout, right? Just a slight one. So if I say people from the faith-based organizations, just shout, okay? Sawa sawa? Sawa sawa, guys? Great. We, the Okoa Uchumi campaign representatives, made up of civil society organizations. Thank you. Faith-based organizations, think tanks, academia, student associations, county-based organizations, media, professional unions, social justice centers, informal trade associations, individual Kenyans, and other stakeholders convened in Nairobi, Kenya today, on Tuesday, 7th, 2025. For the Okoa Uchumi Debt Conference under the theme, Co-Creating Solutions for Kenya's Debt Recovery and Economic Justice. Cognizant of the deep and pervasive state of corruption in Kenya and the vulnerability it has exposed ordinary Kenyans to, we note with urgency that corruption is no longer a series of isolated scandals, but a systematic political economy that privileges elite enrichment over public welfare. Considering that corruption has sustained the loopholes that have driven the current surge in public debt to over 11.8 trillion, we are greatly concerned that the rise in debt level has dramatically contracted fiscal space and redirected public resources away from essential services like health, education, social protection, and water and sanitation. Acknowledging the mechanics of the debt crisis, the growing domestic borrowing is not only producing a pernicious crowd effect, but concentrating wealth in a narrow financial oligarchy and starving the private sector and small businesses of credit, thus slowing investment, employment, and just economic growth. Retaliating the accountability adherence failures to public finance management, the executive, through the National Treasury, has repeatedly misused Article 223 approvals to effect large extra budgetary withdrawals and supplementary spending with inadequate parliamentary oversight. Recognizing the human cost of fiscal choices, tax measures through financial bill provisions, when combined with the IMF-backed austerity policies, have been deployed in ways that deepen poverty, while politically exposed persons and patronage networks continue to secure tax exemptions, contracts, and privileged access to public resources. Emphasizing that parliamentary oversight has weakened and Parliament has repeatedly abdicated its fiscal oversight role and too often rubber stamps executive decisions rather than interrogating them. This has emboldened the executive to operate with impunity, thus undermining the principle of separation of powers and eroding public trust in democratic institutions. Noting executive impunity and overreach, including attempts to centralize powers through privatization and presidential task force, threaten constitutional checks and the independence of anti-corruption, prosecutorial, and oversight bodies. Further noting that the corrosive opacity around beneficial ownership, hidden and collateralizing borrowing, and the treatment of recovered assets from corrupt actors are routinely absorbed into opaque budget processes rather than being channeled to restitution of visible public investment. Reaffirming constitutional principles and democratic rights, we invoke Article 1, sovereignty, power belongs to the people. Article 3, duty to respect and uphold the Constitution. Article 10, national values and principles of governance. Article 201, principles of public finance and the guarantees of public participation. Building on the spirit of our 2010 Constitution, our beloved 2010 Constitution, notably devolved governance and public finance management, that when applied in good faith can promote equity, accountability, and prudent use of public resources. We acknowledge that the path to Kenya's debt recovery and economic justice must be co-created. Asante.
And this is what we call the Kenyan government to do.
guarantee the full financial and operational independence of the control of budget and the Office of the Auditor General, this protection is non-negotiable and must be sufficient and must include sufficient resources. Respect the separation of powers through first winding up with the National Government Constituency Fund, the CDF, in line with the Supreme Court and High Court ruling. To end the cycle of deficit and wastage, the National Treasury must adopt a mandatory zero-based budgeting framework to end the cycle of deficit and wastage in our government. Ausio. Pursue aggressive debt repayment renegotiations to free up fiscal space and guarantee sustained mandatory funding for education and health sectors, reversing systemic betrayal of social welfare. To combat illicit financial flows and political capture, the government must mandate a fully public, free and searchable beneficial ownership register for all companies and trusts, ending the use of secrecy laws to shield criminals and stolen assets. Radically restructure the taxation system to comply with Article 201 by shifting the burden from the consumption and wages to wealth, capital gains, and illicit financial flows, ending the current unjust practice of taxing the poor to subsidize the elite corruption. Conduct a performance and forensic audit of public debt while enforcing personal liability on all crimes and violations of all fiduciary, kizungu kidogo, sikweli, fiduciary responsibility on public debt, i.e. future tax. Avail data on debt-owned national and county governments, as well as SOEs, and with an analysis on the level of compliance to the PFM Act for most loans to be utilized for development with only limited amounts going to budget expenditure. Create a mechanism for quarterly debt review, approval, and update to inform debt renegotiations to free up physical space. Enact strict legislative reforms to permanently bar the executive arbitrary misuse of supplementary budgets and Article 223 by introducing a compliance mechanism that flows meaningfully in participation. Immediately enact a comprehensive conflict of interest law with mandatory stringent disclosure requirements and effectively bar politically exposed persons and their associates from benefiting from public contracts. Immediately enact an expansive Public Participation Act with legally enforceable standards for collecting people's voices, including them in all the processes, and which has meaningful feedback and mechanisms. Implement a strict statutory limit on domestic borrowing by the Treasury. Undertake an urgent, comprehensive review and reform of the public-private partnership law to require parliamentary approval for all fiscal commitments and contingent liabilities under the PPP framework and any amendments to existing frameworks. Pass a new Privatization Act that is built on absolute transparency and citizen inclusion, guaranteeing that any disposal of state-owned enterprises prioritizes national interest and prevents acquisitions of public assets for personal enrichment. Establish a dedicated anti-corruption special courts with strict public timelines for the prosecution and swift adjudication of all economic crimes to combat impunity. And angalia jirani yako mwambie, these are the commitments we are making. Mwambie tena, these are the commitments we are making together. Reaffirming our unwavering commitment to public debt accountability and good governance, through fighting corruption, we pledge to continue building on the momentum of this conference by taking concrete and coordinated actions that will translate dialogue into tangible reforms. These are the actions include this: strengthening civic oversight by enhancing citizen literacy on debt, budget processes, and physical justice to ensure informed public participation. Advocating for full transparency in debt contracting, disclosure of loan agreements, and public-private partnerships, and publication of debt registers accessible to the public. engage in parliament and oversight institutions to ensure rigorous scrutiny of supplementary budgets, debt anchors, and Article 223 expenditures. Pushing for legislative reforms that limit excessive executive discretion in fiscal matters and reinforce Parliament's independence and accountability. Monitoring and tracking the utilization of national funds to ensure allocations deliver direct benefits to citizens and align with constitutional principles of equity and prudence. Building coalitions among civil society, academia, young parliamentarians, media, and private sector actors to sustain advocacy for economic justice, debt accountability, budget credibility, and anti-corruption. Amplifying citizen voices through the county level accountability engagement barazas and the media engagements to hold duty bearers accountable for good governance. Strengthening the role of independent institutions such as the OAG, the COB, and the EACC by demanding protection from political interference. Promoting intergenerational equity by advocating for responsible borrowing and investment in projects that create long-term public value. And the last commitment, tracking the implementation of the conference recommendations through periodic progress reports, stakeholder dialogues, and public scorecards on government commitments. I want to thank Okoa Uchumi for the opportunity that has given all of us to be here, and for actually us as young people, comrades and to make sure that our country for the next future is actually governed well. Sinikweli. Good governance, good leadership, and leadership doesn't start because someone told you. It starts from you yourself. Ambia jirani yako, uongozi ni wewe. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.
Hi, everybody. Hi, when you're Nioni, hello. I can't see far, but my eyes can lie to me that some people are not smiling at me. So I'm forcing you to smile at me. Okay, great. My name is Charlotte Kibet, and I come from an organization called the Big Talk, which is a civic education movement that seeks to create awareness and simplify the normal bills that come from Parliament, Senate. I believe it has too many legalist terms. They don't make sense. So that's our job, to come and simplify those things to the normal mwananchi. Our organization was responsible for crushing the email address of the clerk of the Senate when we summoned and gathered Kenyans, over 500,000 Kenyans, and we signed the petition to not increase the term limit from 5 years to 7 years and an increase of the office of the Prime Minister. So yes, we thank the Lord, and may we continue to be aware and civically aware for this nation. Everyone needs to be aware. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Makofi. From them to you. Yeah, briefly.
Good evening, everyone. It becomes better than it is, and leave a better Kenya for our children and our children's children.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Byron, too. I'm happy unataka introduction. Thank you very much to our young people for the communique, and I trust that it will be shared to all of us so that we can have recommendations that we have made across the board to be able to restore our economy and recover from the problem of debt. And now, without much further ado, I want to invite Mercy Gishengi to give us the vote of thanks. Mercy, please, briefly, just, well, I know there are lots of people who have contributed to the event and that need to be thanked. And then as we finish, I guess Sefu and the band will prepare, give us a song. The people that are left here, the energy levels that are still here, I want to believe that there's something more coming. And Alex, Tisa team, museme kitu, kama tutaenda home ama tutaka.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mercy Gishengi, and I serve with Action Aid International Kenya, supporting our youth and governance work. Allow me to take this opportunity to just say a few things. I want to believe what Dr. Kwame said about sending the suckers out. Imagine all of us that lost jobs during the, the USAID, the production units, the SMEs, and what that has meant for the parents that were banded in university bandwagons, that their children's future was tied to their salaries. What has that meant for the students and what does that mean for the country? And that directly impacts you. Today you're working, tomorrow you're not working. What will happen to that child? That future is tied to your salary. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this important conference on public debt to a close, we take this opportunity to sincerely thank each one of you for your valuable participation, your insight, and your commitment to this crucial topic that affects and impacts the future of our nation. First, my deepest gratitude goes to our distinguished panelists. Your expertise, your thoughtful contributions have enriched our discussions and deepened our understanding of complex issues surrounding public debt, austerity, and its impact on our public services. As you've heard from one of the young men that spoke today that is fallen in love with Okoa Uchumi. Your insights have sparked crucial reflection and will undoubtedly inform citizen action and policy making, including us all actively going out to mobilize our young people to register for elections, to take their ID cards, to also register with the IBC for the next elections, and so that we can put this circus to a stop. A heartfelt thank you to the organizers and the entire team who conceptualized and brought this conference to life. Special appreciation goes to Mzalendo, Inuka, Bajeti Hub, Oxfam Kenya, TISA, ActionAid International Kenya, Afrodad, Christian Aid, Transparency International Kenya, and the National Democratic Institute for their tireless efforts behind the scenes to ensure that the conference was a success. Your dedication is truly inspiring. To the entire team of TISA, please stand up so that people can see you. Let me do what happened. The TISA team, please stand up. For the late nights, for the lot of work that you've done to make sure that this work goes up, and through you, the leadership of Diana Gishengo, thank you for always leading from the front and not dropping the ball and being there when we call on you. Thank you. Down. We extend our gratitude to AFRICOG for supporting Okoa Uchumi partners in bringing to life Citizen Audit Report. Thank you to the Okoa Uchumi partners for your valuable contributions to this development. To our vibrant participants, from members of Parliament, the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Control of Budget, representatives of IMF and World Bank, KIPRA, KEPSA, NCCK, ICPAK, and our CSO partners and FBOs, thank you for your active engagement. We are also grateful to our development partners and donors whose contributions and support have made today's deliberations a success. We also take this opportunity to recognize the artist committees that took part in, bringing out the different artists that you've seen in here, presenting serious, inspiring work. KHRC, Badili Africa, Hummingbird, Institute of Public Finance, Bajeti Hub, and TISA. Thank you for the valuable work that you put through. Special thanks to our youth representatives, university students, and members of academia for bringing fresh perspectives, to the media and social media team that is doing a lot of work on the other hand and across. We also want to thank you for keeping the digital space live and ensuring that the conference key messages are going out consistently. To the band, thank you for keeping us energized and entertained throughout the day. We also thank all the artists that have brought in their innovations out for us to appreciate and also keeping the conversation lively. To our moderators, Sheila, Masinde, Rogers Kidia, and Safe Sani, thank you for guiding the discussions with energy and focus and ensuring we remain anchored on the agenda, and of course trying to control the elusive time that you're still controlling. Finally, to the Okoa Uchumi campaign partners, we look forward to continued collaboration in championing fiscal accountability, social and economic justice. Let us carry forward a renewed sense of urgency partnership, and shared responsibility. Thank you all. May this engagement continue to fuel our collective efforts towards impactful change and improved governance. Not just improved, progressive governance for all of us. Asanteni sana. And finally, as I leave the stage, before you clap for me, you know I'm like a politician. We have a feedback form that will be projected out here. We welcome you all to scan and give us your feedback. It will inform the next gathering and the next event that we have together with you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mercy Gishengi, for that very great vote of thanks. We'll give Mercy the Karabanda clap. Karabanda! Hey band, Karabanda! Okay, Tena. Karabanda! Karabanda! For Mercy. For you all. You don't want to clap for yourself. Let's do it one more time. Mtu ajipigie makofi yake. Karabanda. Karabanda. For yourself. Sijui kama Alex utatuambia hiyo kitu ama tumalize tu. Hiya, thank you all so much for being here. Have a good evening. Have a great rest of the evening. You can stay a bit for the band. We'll be doing some songs. You can sing and dance with us. Tunawatakia kila laheri na fanaka kwa mambo yote ambayo mutakuwa mukifanya. Haya, karibuni tusimame tumalizie tukiambia Kasongo Mobali na Ngai.